In the last lecture, we've seen how to attack spanning tree by claiming the root bridge role. In this video, I'll show you what countermeasures you can take to protect STP and your switches. If your switch supports STP, which is a protocol supported only by professional switches, it should also have some features in the operating system to protect against STP attacks. In this lab, I'll show you how to protect a Cisco Catalyst switch against STP attacks. Other vendors have similar features available. Fortunately, the countermeasures to a root takeover attack are simple and straightforward. There are two measures you can take to mitigate this attack: BPDU guard and root guard. Let's see them one by one. BPDU guard is a feature that comes with PortFast and is applicable to access layer switches. This feature allows network designers to enforce the STP domain borders. Devices behind ports with BPDU guard enabled are unable to influence the STP topology, and this is the case when a host is running Yersinia and wants to take over the root. At the reception of a BPDU frame, so a frame that carries STP messages, BPDU guard disables the port, which will move into error disable state, and the message is generated. BPDU guard accompanies another feature called PortFast, which allows a port to transit directly into the forwarding state when the link is up. This feature must therefore be enabled only on ports where no switch will ever be connected, and those are access ports. Okay, let's return to the switch and enable BPDU guard and then PortFast on the access port to which the host that runs Yersinia is connected. That's interface fast Ethernet 0/0. Conf-t, I am entering the interface configuration mode, interface fast Ethernet 0/1, spanning tree, BPDU guard, enable. This command has enabled BPDU guard, and I'm also enabling PortFast, so spanning tree, PortFast. The command has effect only when the interface is in a non-trunking mode. I have enabled BPDU guard and PortFast on that interface. You can also enable BPDU guard on all PortFast ports of the switch. So in global configuration mode, you execute spanning tree, PortFast, BPDU guard, default. Let's reproduce the attack. I'm going to Kali Linux and I'm starting Yersinia in GUI mode, so Yersinia -G. Launch attack, STP, and claiming root role. And OK. And we notice the messages. In the console, we see how BPDU guard has put the port in error disabled state. The port received a BPDU and that's not allowed. I am stopping the attack. Now, you can re-enable the port manually by executing shut and no shut, like this. Shut and no shut. And the port is up. Or you can execute ERR disable recovery command. In global configuration mode, I run ERR disable recovery cause BPDU guard. And error disable recovery interval 600. These two commands will automatically enable the port after 600 seconds or 10 minutes if the port was shut down by BPDU guard and no other BPDU frames are received on the port. The default recovery interval is 300 seconds or 5 minutes. Note that there is the possibility for an attacker to bypass BPDU guard depending on how the switch is configured. As I've previously said, BPDU guard relies on port fast, and when enabling port fast on a port, the switch operating system produces a warning. Let's see the warning. This is the warning. It states that port fast will only have effect when the interface is in a non-trunking mode. This means that an attacker who has the ability to enable trunk mode on the port has also the ability to disable port fast and therefore to disable BPDU guard altogether. This is dynamic trunking protocol or DTP exploitation that can also be performed using Yersinia. And to avoid this attack, you should set the port as a static access port. By default, a switch port is in dynamic desirable mode, and that means that it will try to auto-negotiate with the other side switch's interface if they create a trunk or not and remain access ports. So, in interface configuration mode, I'll execute switch port, mode, access. I set the port as a static access port. This was all about BPDU guard. Another security feature used to protect against STP attacks is called root guard. Root guard can be applied on distribution layer switches while applying BPDU guard on access layer switches. Let's see what root guard does. Root guard does not prevent STP communication on the port where it is enabled, but it will only react to BPDU frames which would lead to the election of a new root bridge behind protected ports. This way, root guard enforces the position of the root bridge. A violation of the root guard policy, and that means receiving a superior BPDU on a port where root guard was enabled, results in the port being temporarily set to root inconsistent state and not forwarding any frame. The port connectivity, so the forwarding state, will be automatically re-enabled as soon as no illegal or superior BPDUs are received on the port. In our example, we want a fixed root bridge and we are going to enable root guard on all X ports. Let's see how many interfaces has the switch. Show IP interface brief. It has 48 fast Ethernet interfaces and 2 gigabit interfaces. I'm gonna enable root guard on all fast Ethernet interfaces. So conft interface range f0/1 minus 48 and spanning tree root guard. Sorry, it's spanning tree guard root. Okay, root guard was enabled. Before launching the attack again, I want to disable BPDU guard on fast Ethernet 0/1. I want on the interface only root guard enabled. So now spanning tree, BPDU guard, enable. And I am disabling BPDU guard also globally. So now spanning tree, port fast, BPDU guard default. Let's check the configuration of fast Ethernet 0/1 interface. Do show run. Only root guard is enabled. Let's launch the attack again. In Yersinia, I'm selecting the STP tab and claiming the root role. And we notice how rootguard has blocked port fast Ethernet 0/1. Let's check the interface state with the following command. Show spanning tree, VLAN1, and we notice how the interface is in root inconsistent state. Or show spanning tree, interface F0/1, detail, root inconsistent. To disable root guard in interface configuration mode, use spanning tree, guard, none. And I've disabled root guard on that interface. Congratulations, you've just learned how to protect your switches against STP attacks. In the last lecture, we've seen how to destroy an Ethernet switch using a DOS attack called MAC flooding. In this lecture, I'll show you what countermeasures you can take to protect your network. The first thing I want to tell you is that you can avoid this attack only if your switch has some built-in security features in its operating system and allows a basic management. If you have a home user transparent switch that can only be turned on and off, there is no way to protect it against MAC flooding. Fortunately, all vendors that produce professional devices have included in their switches some security features against this type of attack. For this lab, we have this Cisco Catalyst switch. The countermeasures for MAC flooding is to configure a security feature called port security on the switch. This will limit the number of MAC addresses the switch can learn on each interface or port. A MAC address configured by port security is called a secure MAC address, and there are three types of secure MAC addresses: static secure MAC addresses, dynamic secure MAC addresses, and sticky secure MAC addresses. Static secure MAC addresses are manually configured MAC addresses that are stored in the MAC address table and added to the switch running configuration and saved after a restart. The second category, dynamic secure MAC addresses, are dynamically learned MAC addresses stored only in the address table and removed when the switch restarts. And sticky secure MAC addresses are dynamically learned or manually configured, stored in the address table, and added to the running configuration, so they are also available after the switch restarts. If these addresses are saved in the configuration file, the interface does not need to dynamically learn them again when the switch restarts. Perfect. When the maximum number of secure MAC addresses have been reached, a security violation occurs. The switch can react to a security violation in three different ways: protect, restrict, and shut down. Let's see what does protect mean. When the number of secure MAC addresses reaches the limit allowed on the port, packets with unknown source addresses are dropped until you remove a sufficient number of secure MAC addresses or increase the number of maximum allowed addresses. There is no notification that a security violation has occurred. Then, restrict is the same as protect, just that a notification of type SNMP trap is sent, a syslog message is logged, and the violation counter increments. And the last security violation is shut down, which is also the default mode. In this mode, a port security violation causes the interface to immediately become error disabled. It also sends an SNMP trap, logs a syslog message, and increments the violation counter. When a secure port is in the error disabled state, one way you can use to bring it out of it is to manually re-enable the port by entering the shutdown and no shutdown interface configuration commands. I'll attach a comprehensive resource on port security to this lecture. Let's return to the switch and enable port security for the interface to which the attacker is connected. Let's see the switch interfaces. Show IP interface brief. The interface to which the Linux machine is connected is Fast Ethernet 0/1. We notice that's the only interface enabled. I am entering the interface configuration mode. Conf T interface Fast Ethernet 0/1. Port security works only on an access port, so I set it as an access port. Switch port, mode access. And I am enabling port security on the port. Switch port, port security. And I'll set the maximum number of secure MAC addresses for the interface to 5. Switch port, port security, maximum 5. And I want the interface to become error disabled when a violation occurs. This is, by the way, the default. Switch port, port security, violation, and we have protect, restrict, and shutdown. Let's launch the MAC flooding attack again. I'm going to Kali Linux and I'm executing the last command. Let's return to the switch. And we notice that the switch has immediately shut down the interface Fast Ethernet 0/1. Port security violation error, putting FA 0/1 in error disable state. The security violation has occurred after 5 frames with random source MAC addresses have been sent to the switch. The attack is running, but the switch is not affected anymore. Let's see the MAC address table and CPU utilization. From privileged exec mode, I'll execute show MAC address table. And there is no dynamic MAC learned by the switch. The interface to which the attacker is connected was shut down. Let's see the CPU utilization. And we notice that the switch CPU is idle. The CPU utilization is only 5%. Show interface F0/1 shows us that the interface is in error disable state. Now I know that the attack was launched on port F0/1. If I want to enable the port, I can do it manually like this. I'm going into interface configuration mode and I'll execute 2 commands, shutdown and no shutdown. But first I'll stop the attack, otherwise port security will shut down the port again. So shut and no shut. And the interface changed state to up. Okay, another way to protect against a MAC flooding attack is to implement IEEE 802.1x authentication. This allows packet filtering rules issued by a centralized AAA server such as a Radius server based on dynamic learning of clients. Congratulations, you've just learned how to protect your switches against MAC flooding attacks. Welcome back. In the last lecture, we took a look at BetterCap, one of the most complete and advanced man-in-the-middle attack framework. BetterCap brings man-in-the-middle attacks to the next level. Let's start a man-in-the-middle attack of type ARP poisoning using BetterCap. We'll intercept all the traffic between Windows the recording machine, it will be the victim, and the default gateway. We'll see all internet data sent and received by the victim. The attacker who runs Kali is connected to the same Wi-Fi network as the victim and the default gateway. Kali runs in a VM and the network is set to breached mode. Let's start BetterCap. BetterCap minus iFace and the name of the interface, ETH0. To insert in the middle of the connection, we'll use a module called arp.spoof. Let's see the help of the module and what are the available options. Help arp.spoof. We see that the module is not running. We start it by executing arp.spoof on and we stop it by executing arp.spoof off. There is also the possibility to launch a denial of service attack, not a man in the middle, using arp.ban on. In this case, BetterCap will intercept the traffic and then drop it. We'll see shortly how to do that. We also see the available parameters of the module, a short description of each parameter, and its default value. There are two parameters or options that are of interest to us at this moment, arp.spoof.fullduplex and arp.spoof.targets. Let's take them one by one. arp.spoof.fullduplex will make BetterCap to spoof both the victim and the default gateway if it's set to true. If it's set to false, which is the default value, it will spoof only the victim, not the default gateway as well. In this case, we cannot inject packets and data in the connection between the victim and default gateway. We'll talk more about injection in the next lectures. Note that the default gateway could have some anti-spoofing features like dynamic ARP inspection activated. If it's the case, we cannot spoof the router and we have to set this option to false. To change the value of an option, any option of any module, we execute set, the name of the option and the value. For example, set the option and the value, true. When you change an option, you can use tab to autocomplete that option. It's the Linux style of running commands. For example, AR and I'm hitting tab. And it has auto-completed the option. F, U and tab. Okay, you've got it. And I want to start also the net.probe module for it to be able to discover the targets. So net.probe. On. The second important option of arp.spoof module is arp.spoof.targets. It's used to specify the host targets as a list of comma-separated values of IP or MAC addresses. Let's set the target as being the Windows machine. Let's see what is its address. IP config. And this is its address. 192.168.0.113. So set arp.spoof.target and the IP address of Windows. Now that we've set all the required options, we can start the module arp.spoof on. ARP spoofer started. And there is one target. There is no error and I'll check that the module is running by executing help. And we notice that besides the modules that were running, arp.spoof is also running. Take notice that net.probe and net.recon must be running as well. Let's check that the attack has been executed successfully. Let's see the MAC address of the attacker. In another terminal, I'm executing ifconfig. And this is the MAC address of the attacker. It ends in 76. And on the victim machine, let's display its ARP table. ARP -A. And we notice that both the default gateway and the attacker have the same MAC address in ARP table. Now, when it wants to send a packet to the default gateway or to another address on the internet, it will search for the MAC address of the default gateway in the ARP table and use that address. This is the default gateway, and this is the entry for the attacker. The attack is running. The information like emails, credentials like usernames and passwords, or other sensitive data will be intercepted by the hacker, who is in the middle of the connection between the victim and the default gateway, which is also the access point of this network. To save and see the captured packets, we should use a program like Wireshark, or we can start a BetterCap module that does the job. And the BetterCap module that sniffs and then displays sensitive data is net.sniff, and we must start it as well. Net.sniff on. Okay, let's test the attack. From the victim's machine, I'm gonna visit a website and then log in. And the site is demo.testfire.net. I'm clicking on online banking login, username Andrei, and the password test1234, and login. The authentication was not successful, but that's not important. Back to the attacker's machine, we notice in BetterCap window the communication between the victim and that website. This is the communication. The website I have visited, and here we notice the credentials, the username and the password. Of course, that connection was not encrypted. It used HTTP instead of HTTPS. We'll see in the next lectures what are the possibilities a hacker has to bypass the encryption and sniff encrypted traffic. If we want to be more verbose, so to display all the information that was captured, we set an option to net.sniff. Net.sniff.verbose true. And we see each packet. At the end of this lecture, I want to tell you a troubleshooting tip. If you don't see the credentials, the username and the password in BetterCap window, it doesn't mean that it didn't capture them. BetterCap does not display all captured data, but only a part of it. Normally, net.sniff module should capture and then display the credentials for well-known protocols like HTTP, but from my experience I can tell you that's not always the case. First, I'll set this option to false. What you can do is to set an option of net.sniff module to save all captured data to a pcap file that can be later opened in Wireshark. Let's see the options of net.sniff module. Help net.sniff. And this is the option. So set net.sniff, output, and a file. For example, /root/win.pcap. BetterCap will save to that file all the captured traffic, and you can later open it using Wireshark and search for traffic of your interest like credentials. And to stop the spoofing attack, arp.spoof off. It's restoring the ARP cache. In this video, I'll show you how to completely break a LAN switch. We'll use an attack called MAC flooding of type denial of service. This is an extremely easy DOS attack to launch on any Ethernet switch from a Linux machine. Let's dive deeper into this attack and see how it works. Switches maintain a MAC address table that maps individual MAC addresses on the network to the physical ports on the switch. This allows the switch to direct data out of the physical port where the recipient is located. Let's take a look at this image. There is a 3-port switch and a PC connected to each port. To exchange frames between networking devices efficiently, the switch will dynamically construct a MAC address table using the source MAC address of the received frames and the incoming port. In this example, when host 1 or H1 sends a frame, the switch will learn that the MAC address of H1 is connected to port 1 and will map the MAC address of H1 to port 1. This process is called MAC learning. Then, when the switch receives a frame for the destination MAC address of H1, it will forward the frame out of port 1 only, because the MAC of H1 was learned and associated with port 1. On the other hand, when the switch receives a frame for a destination MAC address that is not in its MAC table, it will flood the frame out of all the LAN ports of the same VLAN except for the port that received the frame. Note that the dynamically learned MAC addresses are deleted after the MAC address age value has expired. In many cases, the default value for aging the MAC address is 300 seconds. So if a MAC address is not seen within 300 seconds, it will be deleted from the MAC table. This is basically how a layer 2 switch works. The MAC flooding attack will exploit the vulnerability resulting from the basic operation of a switch. It lies in the fact that the size of the MAC table is limited, and once this table is filled, there will be no space for MAC addresses of new devices that are trying to communicate. Subsequently, the switch will start to act as an Ethernet hub, meaning it will forward traffic to all physical ports. A malicious user can use a packet sniffer like Wireshark to capture sensitive data being transmitted between other computers which would not be accessible when the switch operates normally. Okay, let's exploit the switch. This is the topology I'm going to use. My laptop runs Windows 10 and Kali Linux in a VM. You can also use another Linux distribution like Ubuntu or Linux Mint. The Linux machine is connected directly to a Cisco Catalyst switch using a wired Ethernet connection. If you use the same setup, don't forget to set the VM network in bridged mode so that the Linux machine has access to the physical interface of your laptop. To reproduce this attack, besides a Linux operating system, you need a layer 2 switch. You will connect the Linux machine to the switch using a wired connection. Now, if you don't have available such a physical switch, you can still launch this attack. Just run a Cisco L2IOU image in GNS3 and set up a network connection between the Linux host and the devices that run in GNS3. Something like in this image. Take a look at a previous lecture where I've explained in detail how to do that. The tool I'm gonna use to launch the attack is called MacOf, which is part of a package called dsnif. This is its mom page. MacOf will flood the switch with hundreds or thousands of Ethernet frames with random source MAC addresses per second. This will fill in the switch's MAC table, thus new MAC addresses cannot be saved, and the switch starts to send all packets to all ports. Moreover, the MAC flooding attack could freeze or make the switch to restart because it will continuously learn new MAC addresses and age the old ones. In fact, the switch CPU utilization will be almost 100% during the attack. Will put the switch under a lot of stress. This is a console connection to the switch, and let's take a look at the switch CPU and the MAC address table before starting the attack. Enable, I'm becoming admin, show process, CPU sorted. And the output is showing us that for the past 5 seconds, the CPU usage was just 4%. And the MAC address table of the switch. Show MAC address table. And we notice that there is only one dynamically learned MAC address on port fast Ethernet 0/1. This is the port to which my laptop is connected. Perfect. Let's start the attack on the switch. The first step is to install this NIF that contains MacOff, the tool we are going to use. This package is not already installed in Kali Linux, but it belongs to the standard repositories of both Kali and Ubuntu. So apt install this NIF. I've already installed it, so it's already the newest version. Don't forget that in order to install this NIF and launch the attack, you need a user with root privileges. Okay, this NIF is installed. Let's start MacOff. All I need is the name of the outgoing interface, the interface that will be used to flood the switch. I'm running ifconfig, and I notice that the interface is called ETH0. Of course, you can see another name and you should use it accordingly. So MacOff -i ETH0. And I'm hitting enter. MacOff has started to flood the switch with random MAC addresses at wire speed. Now, let's return to the switch to see the damage we have done. Show MAC address table, count. And we see that the switch has already learned 7,992 MAC addresses. The MAC address table of the switch is already full with thousands of bogus MAC addresses. Just take a look what's here. There are thousands of fake MAC addresses. Let's take another look at the switch CPU utilization. Show process, CPU sorted. And we notice that the CPU utilization for 5 seconds is 66%. The switch is under a lot of stress. Now probably is working as a hub, flooding all frames it receives out of all ports. And if we continue the attack, the switch could simply crash or reboot. I've just shown you how to break this Cisco enterprise switch in just a few seconds using Linux and a common tool like MacOff. Keep in mind that this is not a Cisco specific attack, but an attack that could be launched on any switch. In the next lecture, I'll show you what countermeasures you can take as a network administrator to protect your LAN infrastructure. See you again in 2 seconds. We've seen in the last lectures that there are so many attacks that can be launched even by script kiddies that you may feel that the internet is a very dangerous place. With hacks, scams, malware, ransomware, and many more, surfing the web has opened us up to many risks. The good news is that by taking just a small handful of security measures, we can considerably reduce our exposure to all these threats. With some good tips, you can greatly minimize the risk and the impact. As a network admin, you could take a lot of countermeasures to mitigate the attacks. For each hack, there is also a countermeasure, so please take a look again at the countermeasures I've already explained for CDP, STP, DHCP, or ARP attacks. Try to implement all of them. As for an end user, here are some tips to get started. Use the latest version of your browser and install all security updates of your operating system. Never, and I mean never, install cracked software or tools that crack commercial software. There could be backdoors installed by the hackers. Stick with open source software if you don't want to pay for commercial software. Do not connect to websites using HTTP. Use only encrypted connections. Never, but never send sensitive information over an unencrypted connection. Take seriously any security warning your browser displays and don't continue on if you get such a warning. It's much better to be safe than sorry. There is also a browser extension called HTTPS Everywhere that prevents HTTPS downgrade. Install this extension. Note that DNS spoofing is still available and hackers see visited domains. Set up two-way authentication for important websites. If you have the possibility to use an application like Google Authenticator, do prefer it over codes sent by SMS. Phone SIMs can be easily swapped. Do not search for important websites you want to visit on Google. Access those websites directly via your bookmarks. Google results you see can be easily faked by a client-side injection and you'll go to a fake website instead of the original one. Do not visit weird websites. They can install trackers or other malware on your system. Switch your internet provider's DNS servers to a service like OpenDNS. It will make your internet faster, safer, and more reliable. It comes with domain filtering or pre-configured protection against malicious domains. If you set it on your router to give these IPs of DNS servers to all the hosts in your network, it's the easiest way to add parental and content filtering controls to every device in your home or your LAN. You don't have to configure anything. Just use the IPs they provide you as your DNS servers and you've instantly activated domain filtering in your LAN. Let's do it. On my Windows machine, I'll change the DNS server the Wi-Fi interface uses. And instead of the default DNS server, I'll put here an IP of a DNS server from OpenDNS. This one, 208.67.222.222. And OK. And close. And I'll visit a website like the Pirate Bay. And we see that the site is blocked due to content filtering. You or a user of your network cannot accidentally access a malicious website. Do not install software by clicking on links received in emails. Install only official updates that are digitally signed. Even better, do not respond to emails if they are not directly sent to you and they seem weird. And if possible, switch Windows to Linux and use it as your main operating system. I've been using Linux as my main operating system for the last 15 years and I'm proud of it. Linux Mint, for example, is a user-friendly distribution that's similar to Windows. Okay, these were just a few tips to stay safe while browsing the web. Let's go ahead and talk about anonymity. Use Tor when you want to remain anonymous while surfing the web. There's the Brave browser available that is a good choice when using Tor. it has Tor built in. This is Brave browser. You create a new Tor connection in just a few seconds and remain anonymous. Your source IP address will be hidden and all traffic encrypted in the Tor network. Another solution is to use a VPN service. There are a lot of VPNs available, just be sure to choose a good one. Read the reviews and the other users' opinions. Note that the VPN gateway can decrypt and read the traffic, so it's important to be trustful and not to save any logs. And if you want to take anonymity to the next level, use a Linux distro like Tails. Start it live from a USB stick or run it in a VM. It aims at preserving your privacy and anonymity and helps you to use the internet anonymously and circumvent censorship. All connections to the internet are forced to go through the Tor network. It will leave no trace on your computer you are using unless you ask it explicitly. Tails uses state-of-the-art cryptographic tools to encrypt your files, emails, and messages. Keep in mind that there is no such thing as 100% security, and no matter what you do, there is always a low risk to be hacked. And to mitigate the impact of such an event, keep backups of your important files. In this video, I'll show you how to completely destroy a Cisco enterprise switch. We'll attack Cisco Discovery Protocol or CDP using Yersinia. This is an extremely easy denial of service attack to launch on any Cisco device using just a Linux machine. The protocol we are going to exploit, CDP, is enabled on any Cisco device by default. Let me explain to you in just a few words what CDP is. Cisco Discovery Protocol or CDP is a Cisco proprietary Layer 2 protocol that runs on Cisco devices and enables networking applications to learn about directly connected devices nearby. This protocol facilitates the management of Cisco devices by automatically discovering them and determining how they are configured. Network engineers use CDP to discover the network topology. For example, if you log into a switch or a router and execute show CDP neighbors, like this, you'll see directly connected devices that are also using CDP. Okay, let's exploit CDP. This is the topology I'm going to use. My laptop runs Windows 10 and Linux Mint in a VM. This is the Linux VM. It's connected directly to the Cisco switch using a wired Ethernet connection. This is the switch I will attack from the Linux machine. You'll see many other tutorials that tell you to use Kali, which by the way is a great Linux distribution, but it's not necessary. You can use any Linux distribution you prefer. Using Yersinia, I'm gonna flood the switch with thousands of CDP packets. This will freeze the operating system running on the switch, which will effectively block anyone from remotely managing the switch. With the CPU continuously processing new CDP packets, the switch will start to drop network traffic. Moreover, the switch will start to flood incoming frames out all ports just like a hub. This happens when the switch MAC address table fills up entirely and the hacker could open up a packet sniffer like Wireshark and capture network traffic and sensitive data. Let's take a look at the switch CPU and the CDP table before starting the attack. Show CDP, neighbors. There is no neighbor. There is no other Cisco device directly connected to the switch. And show process, CPU sorted, pipe include CPU in uppercase letters, PID runtime, and pipe CDP protocol. Take care to use the exact case you see in this example. Okay, and we notice that the CPU utilization for 5 seconds is 5% and CDP consumes only 0.32%. We can say that the CPU is idle. Perfect. Let's start the attack on the switch. As I've already said, I'm gonna use Yersinia, which is a framework that performs layer 2 attacks. It takes advantage of some weaknesses in different network protocols. By the way, Yersinia pestis is the name of a bacteria, the bacteria that causes plague. Yersinia can be easily installed on any Linux distribution like Ubuntu or Linux Mint because it belongs to the standard repositories. Let's install Yersinia. To do that and to launch the attack, you need a non-root user with sudo privilege. So sudo apt install Yersinia. The user's password. Okay, sorry, it's install. In this case, Yersinia is already the newest version. I'm gonna start the GUI as root. Sudo Yersinia -g. -g option written in uppercase makes Yersinia to start a graphical session. This is the GUI of Yersinia. There is also a command line tool available. If you prefer to run the attack from a Linux machine without a graphical interface, like say you are connected using SSH to that Linux machine, you should use Yersinia in command line. We notice that the attacks are implemented for the following network protocols: CDP, DHCP, VLANs or .1Q, DTP, MPLS, VTP, and many more. I'll click on Launch Attack, and in CDP tab, I'll select Flooding CDP Table, and then OK. Yersinia immediately starts flooding the switch with hundreds or thousands of CDP frames per second. Now, let's return to the switch to see the damage we have done. By the way, this is a console connection to the switch. This is not a network connection. Let's see the CDP neighbors. So show CDP neighbors. Okay, there are hundreds of bogus devices, all originating from Yersinia. There are too many fake devices. Let's take another look at the switch CPU utilization. So the same command I've already executed before starting the attack. Okay, this is very nice. We notice that CPU utilization is 99%. Okay, the switch CPU is done. I've just shown you how to break a $1,000 switch in just a few seconds using Linux and free software like Yersinia. I'm stopping the attack, list attacks, and stop. And I'll check the CPU utilization again. Okay, now the CPU utilization is only 10%. And 5%. In the next lecture, I'll show you what countermeasures you can take as a network administrator to prevent such an attack. See you again in 2 seconds. Hello and welcome back. In the last lectures, We've discussed what ARP poisoning is and how to execute an ARP poison attack using both EtherCap and BetterCap. Let's recap in just a few words what was all about. A man-in-the-middle attack of type ARP poisoning is achieved when an attacker poisons the ARP cache of two devices with its own MAC address. Once the ARP cache has been successfully poisoned, each of the victim devices sends all their packets to the attacker when communicating to each other. This puts the attacker in the middle of the communication between the two victim devices. Hence the name man-in-the-middle attack. It allows an attacker to easily monitor all communication between victim devices. The purpose is to take over the session, intercept and view the information being passed between the two victim devices. Let's go ahead and see the techniques to mitigate this attack. We divide these techniques into categories. There is a central solution for the entire LAN which is implemented on the switch and is called Dynamic ARP Inspection or DAI. It has a dependency on DHCP snooping which must be enabled. The DHCP snooping feature is covered in more details in another lecture. Dynamic ARP Inspection is a security feature that is available on professional networking devices like Cisco switches. It helps prevent ARP poisoning and other ARP-based attacks by intercepting all ARP requests and responses and by verifying their authenticity before forwarding the packets to the intended destinations. The switch creates a trusted binding table of IP and MAC addresses and then discards any ARP packets that are inconsistent with the information contained in the binding table. This binding table is dynamically populated by DHCP snooping or statically by admin for static IP addresses. If you activate dynamic ARP inspection and DHCP snooping on each switch and the possible attacker starts an ARP poisoning attack, the switch will not forward to the hosts the ARP reply packets that associate the IP of the victim to the MAC of the attacker. It will verify each intercepted packet for a valid IP to MAC binding. I will not show you how to configure it because it's not the purpose of this lecture, but I'll attach a full documentation of how to do it as a resource for this lecture. Besides dynamic ARP inspection, which is a solution for enterprise networks and involves expensive switches, there are also local solutions that can be applied to each individual host. Let's take a look at these solutions. First, I'll start an ARP spoofing attack using EtherCap. EtherCap -t -m ARP and the victims, the default gateway and the Windows machine. Okay, the attack is running. Now, on the victim, I'm displaying the ARP table. ARP -a. And we notice how the MAC of the attacker is associated with both the default gateway and the attacker. By inspecting the ARP table this way, you can become aware that you are a victim of an ARP spoofing attack. But let's be honest, who would continuously check the ARP table? It's not only impossible to do it on a regular basis, but also annoying. The good news is that there are tools that automatically monitor for you the ARP table and generate an alert when something bad happens. You can see here a lot of tools that do this. One well-known tool is XARP, which works both on Linux and Windows. There is also a very good tool called ARPWatch for Linux-based systems, and I have used it successfully many times. Let's download and install XARP on the victim machine. Download. I'm downloading the Windows version and I will install it. And I'm running it. Okay, we notice that XARP has generated an alert saying an ARP spoofing attack is running. This is the alert. Okay, it noticed that the MAC address for this IP address, the default gateway, changed. This is what XARP does. It alerts you when something bad is happening. I'm stopping the attack. Let's move on and take a look at another solution to mitigate the ARP spoofing attack. You can use static ARP entries to combat spoofing and man-in-the-middle attacks. Static ARP entries are IP MAC bindings that are manually added to the cache table for a device and are retained in the cache on a permanent basis. When this is done, the OS will ignore all ARP responses for the specific IP address used in the entry and use the specified MAC address instead. You need to create ARP table entries for all of the devices on your LAN, and this is not scalable. If you have n devices, you must create in total n times n-1 divided by 2 entries, or if you have 10 devices, you have to create 45 ARP entries. You can automate the process by using scripting, or you can at least protect the default gateway or the main server. At the end of this lecture, I'll show you how to detect different protocol anomalies, including an ARP storm, which is in fact a kind of network scanning. Let's open Wireshark. And I'll go to Edit, Preferences, Protocols, and I'm searching for ARP. And I'm selecting Detect ARP Request Storms. Okay, and I'll start the capture. I'm returning to Kali and I'll run NetDiscover. NetDiscover is a reconnaissance tool used to detect online hosts or search for them by sending ARP requests. It's scanning the network with ARP request packets. Okay, these are the hosts. Let's return to Wireshark. We see a lot of ARP packets. Let's stop capturing packets. I'll go to Analyze, Expert Information, and we see here useful information, including information about the ARP attack. ARP packet storm detected, and the number of ARP packets for the past 100 milliseconds. Now that you know in detail how ARP works and how ARP poisoning is performed, let's launch the attack. The attack is possible on both wired and wireless networks. My setup in this video is to launch the attack on the wireless network, and I have a Linux Mint installed in a VM on Windows 10. It's important that the Wi-Fi network to be set to bridged mode. So, in VirtualBox or in VMware, go to Networks and check that it's attached to the bridged adapter. Okay. In this lab, I'm gonna use a tool called EtherCap, which is the default tool used to attack ARP. Other interesting tools that do the same are ARP Spoof, Man-in-the-Middle Framework, or BetterCap. We'll take a deeper look at BetterCap, which is an advanced hacking tool, in the next lectures. You find EtherCap in Kali Linux already installed, or you can install it on any other Linux distribution. It's a common security application that belongs to the standard repositories. If you don't use Kali and use Ubuntu or other similar distribution, you can install it using apt. This is Linux Mint, which is based on Ubuntu, and I'll show you how to install Ethercap just in case you don't use Kali. There are both a text-only and a GUI-enabled version of Ethercap. As root, I'm executing apt search Ethercap. This is Ethercap GUI-enabled executable, and this is the text-only version. In this video, I'll use the text-only version. Maybe you want to run Ethercap from a machine that doesn't have a graphical interface installed, or you are connected using SSH on the machine where you want it to start. And to install it, I run apt install Ethercap text-only. Perfect, it has been installed. In this attack, I want to poison the ARP cache of both the router and the Windows machine which I used to record this video. It will be the victim. The IP address of the router is 192.168.0.1 and the IP address of Windows is this one, 192.168.0.103. Okay, I am executing the attack. Ethercap -t -m arp / the victim 192.168.0.103 double slashes and the default gateway. In fact, this is the second victim. I'm not hitting enter yet. I want to explain to you some things. -t means text-only interface and -m means man-in-the-middle attack of type ARP poisoning. This option will activate the man-in-the-middle attack, which is totally independent from the sniffing. The aim of the attack is to hijack packets and redirect them to Ethercap. Then the sniffing engine will forward them to the real destination. Everything will be transparent to the victims. Before starting the attack, let's see the ARP cache of the victim. ARP -a. And we notice the IP and the MAC address of the router, but there is not the Linux IP and MAC address. That's because it hasn't learned it yet. And I'll ping the Linux machine to generate an ARP request and reply packets. So it will learn the MAC address of the Linux machine. Ping, and let's see the IP address of Linux. If config. Okay, this is the IP address of Linux, and I'm pinging it. Let's check the ARP table again. Perfect. It has learned the MAC address of Linux. This is the IP address of the default gateway and its MAC address, and the IP address of Linux and its MAC address. Let's start the attack. I am hitting the enter key. ARP poisoning victims and starting unified sniffing. It has started the unified sniffing, which means it will sniff all the packets that pass on the medium. Note that I had some issues with Kali Linux, so if you get this error, try to install another Linux distribution like Ubuntu or Linux Mint and see if it works. Please get in touch with me if you don't make it work, and I'll assist you with this. Let's return to the attack. We suppose that everything ran smoothly and we move ahead. I'll go to Windows and see the ARP table again. And surprise! We notice that both the default gateway and the attacker have the same MAC address saved in ARP cache. This is the MAC address of the attacker in the previous ARP-A command, and the same MAC address is bound to both the default gateway and the hacker. This is what ARP poisoning does. The ARP cache has been poisoned. Now let's visit a website from the victim machine. I have chosen vulnweb.com, which is a site that hosts intentionally vulnerable applications to understand how programming and configuration errors lead to security breaches. It was created for the purpose of manual penetration testing or for educational purposes. Feel free to use it to test how ARP poisoning works. And I'll access the last URL, which is in fact a blog. And then on login, I'll try to log in. Back to the hacker's computer, I'll start Wireshark. Capture, options, the interface, and start. And on the victim machine, I'll log in to that website. Hacker, and the password will be test1234, and I'm clicking login. The authentication was not successful, but this is not important at this moment. Let's move to the hacker's machine and see the intercepted traffic. I'll stop capturing packets. These are the packets sent between the victim and the website, and there should also be the credentials I've just entered. I'm filtering for HTTP packets. We notice that this isn't an encrypted connection. It's using HTTP and not HTTPS. Let's click on an HTTP packet with the mouse right button and then follow and HTTP stream. And in this window, we see the HTTP packets sent between client and server, which contain also the username and password. Look here, username hacker, password test 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, we have successfully launched this man-in-the-middle attack and captured sensitive data. My advice to you is to never use unencrypted connections like HTTP, Telnet, SMTP, or FTP. This is an unencrypted connection. It's not secure. A malicious user could sniff your traffic and sensitive data very easily. To stop the attack, you press on Q in the terminal where EtherCap is running. And it's simply re-ARPing the victims. You've just learned how to launch ARP spoofing attacks of type man-in-the-middle on any wired or wireless network. In the next lecture, we'll dive deeper into ARP spoofing, and I'll show you other advanced hacking tools and how to bypass HTTPS and sniff encrypted traffic. See you in a few seconds. In the last two lectures, we've seen how ARP works, what does ARP poisoning or spoofing mean, and how to launch an ARP poisoning attack using a tool called EtherCap. We'll move on to another advanced hacking tool called BetterCap. For many years, EtherCap was the standard tool for performing ARP poisoning and man-in-the-middle attacks on wired or wireless networks. It's still a very useful tool, and for a fast and reliable attack, it could be the tool of your choice. You can install it in just a few seconds on any Linux distribution and launch the attack with only one command. However, things have evolved and another more advanced tool called BetterCap was released. It was completely rewritten in Golang, and this allows BetterCap to run on a low-end hardware while processing hundreds of connections per second and forwarding tens of hundreds of packets. Memory and CPU usage are now extremely optimized. BetterCap supports Linux, Windows, Mac OS, and Android. Note that it requires a rooted phone. BetterCap is a powerful, flexible, and portable tool created to perform various types of man-in-the-middle attacks against protocols like ARP, DNS, or DHCP v6. It manipulates HTTP, HTTPS, and TCP traffic in real time, sniff credentials for protocols like HTTP, HTTPS, FTP, IMAP, POP, or SMTP, bypass HTTPS, perform SSL stripping with Edge STS bypass, and many more. It's the Swiss Army knife for network attacks and monitoring. Enough talking, let's go to work. I'm gonna use Kali because it has BetterCap in its default repositories and it's easier to install it. If you use another distribution of Linux, you should install it. Depending on the distribution you are using, you can install it from binary packages using the package manager like apt, or you need to compile it. Let's install BetterCap on Kali. At the terminal, I am becoming root, sudo su, and the minus sign. And I am entering the default password of Kali user, which is Kali. Okay, I am root. Let's install BetterCap using apt. apt update && apt install BetterCap. Okay, it's installing BetterCap. BetterCap has been successfully installed. To see a summary of its help, you execute BetterCap -h. To start it, you execute as root BetterCap -iface and the name of the interface that's connected to the network you want to attack. Just run ifconfig to see its name. In this example, I'm starting BetterCap on ETH0, which is bridged to the wireless interface of my laptop. Kali is running in a VM. So BetterCap -iface ETH0. Once the command gets executed, you are in BetterCap and you see a different prompt. This is the BetterCap prompt. BetterCap uses modules for each available attack. To display all its modules, we run help. These are the modules of BetterCap. We see a list of commands, all available modules, and which ones are running. The only module that is running by default is events.stream, which brings out BetterCap events as a continuous stream. If you want to see the help of a module, you execute help and the name of the module. For example, help net.probe. And we see the help of the module. It starts network hosts probing in the background, so in fact, it scans the network. We see that it's not running and that we can start it by typing net probe on. This is how we start the module and this is how we stop it. We also notice that this module has some parameters available. They can be used to fine-tune its behavior. Let's start the module. Net.probe on. We notice that it has also started another module called net.recon as a requirement. Net.probe starting net.recon as a requirement for net.probe. If I execute the help command, I see that there are three modules running: events.stream, net.probe, and net.recon. Now, to see all discovered hosts on the network, I run net.show. And I see a list of hosts, their IP, and MAC addresses, name, vendor, and so on. If I want to see a list of all running modules besides the help command, I can run active. And it's showing all active modules with their options. Welcome back. Let's move on and see another attack that can be launched using Bettercap on another protocol used in any network. In this lecture, I'll show you how to perform a DNS spoofing attack. First, something very important. This video and all the other videos related to network security are for educational and security awareness purposes only. Do not use this knowledge to do illegal activities, but only for ethical or white hat hacking. Just to be sure that you'll understand how this attack works, I want first to explain to you in just a few words what the DNS protocol does. Each time a user writes a domain name to connect to a service like google.com, behind the scenes, the DNS client on the host, aka DNS resolver, will send a DNS query to a DNS server that will respond back with the IP address of that domain. Let me show you a live example of what's all about. I am opening Wireshark to capture all packets sent and received. Capture, options, the Wi-Fi interface, and start. And using the browser, I'm visiting a website like reddit.com. Back to Wireshark, I'll stop capturing packets. And I'm going at the beginning of the capture. We notice that before connecting to reddit.com, the host has sent a DNS query to the DNS server configured on the system. Okay, the DNS client or the DNS resolver is 192.168.0.113 and 192.168.0.1 is the DNS server. And this is the query, a standard query for reddit.com. The client wants the address of this domain, and the server has responded back with the IP address of that domain. After that step, the client has connected to reddit.com website using its IP address as the destination. So domain names are only for humans. Computers use IP addresses. Let's return to the DNS spoofing attack. Basically, there are two types of DNS spoofing attacks. The first one is of type man in the middle, and that means that the attacker will launch an ARP poisoning attack and put himself in the middle of the connection between the client and the DNS server. He will intercept the DNS query sent by the client and respond back to the client with a fake DNS reply indicating an IP address he controls for the domain the client was asking for. And the second type of attack means a DNS server compromise or a direct hijacking of a DNS server which is configured to return a malicious IP address. In this video, I'll show you how to successfully execute a DNS spoofing attack using ARP poisoning and Bettercap. Let's launch the attack. I'm starting Bettercap as usual. There is a special Bettercap module named dns.spoof for this attack. Let's see its help. Help dns.spoof. We start the module as usual using the name of the module on, and we stop it using the name of the module off. Let's take a look at its parameters. dns.spoof.address indicates the IP address to map the spoofed domains to. By default, this is the IP address of the interface on which BetterCap is running. Maybe you want to run a service, like a web server, on the same machine that runs BetterCap and serves the client a fake website. But if you wish, you can change this to any IP address. In this example, I won't modify dns.spoof.address because I'm gonna start a web server on this machine, on Kali. Another parameter is dns.spoof.all. If it's true, the module will reply to every DNS request, and we set this option to true. Set dns.spoof.all true. And the last option, and the most important, is dns.spoof.domains. This indicates a list of comma-separated values of domain names to spoof. Set dns.spoof.domains, bank.com, this is just an example, comma star.google.com, comma star.ford.com. Star means any subdomain like www. Note that it's possible not to be able to spoof any domain this way. HSTS domains could not be spoofed or can be spoofed harder, and especially if the user does something stupid. We'll talk about HSTS in another lecture, but in a nutshell, HSTS or HTTP Strict Transport Security means a list of well-known websites like Facebook.com or Twitter.com that are already registered in the browser. I'm starting the module dns.spoof on. And finally, the options for ARP poisoning. This DNS attack is also based on ARP poisoning. Set arp.spoof.fullduplex true. Set arp.spoof.targets 192.168.0.113. The IP address of Windows. Okay, the address is correct. Net.recon on. And arp.spoof on. Let's check what modules are running. I'm executing help. We notice that net.recon is running, DNS spoof and arp.spoof are also running. The next step is to start a web server on hacker's machine. Apache is already installed on Kali, and I'll just start it. I'm becoming root. Note that starting with Kali version 2020.1, there is an unprivileged user named Kali, and if you want to run commands as root, you must become root by executing sudo su, and the password is also Kali. I'm root. Okay, I'm starting Apache. Systemctl start Apache 2, the name of the service. And I'm checking its status. Systemctl status Apache 2. Okay, Apache 2 is running. The Apache 2 server will send the clients the websites in /var/www/html. I'm moving to that directory /var www and html, and here I'm gonna change index.html. I'm opening the file. I'm removing everything, and I'm writing, this is a fake website. This is just an example to see how it works. A malicious user will create a clone of a bank or another important website and capture your credentials. I'm saving the file. Let's go to the victim machine and ping one of the spoofed domains. Ping www.ford.com. Very nice. We notice how in fact we have pinged the IP address of Kali. Let's open up a browser and connect to www.ford.com. I'd recommend you to start a new private or incognito tab, or even better, delete the browser cache because maybe it already has the real IP in the cache and the attack will not work. Click on Ctrl plus Shift plus Del to delete the browser cache. In this example, I'm just starting a new private window. And I'm connecting to www.ford.com. And we notice the fake website. We notice how Kali has hijacked the DNS session and sent its own address to client for www.ford.com. This is a disruptive attack because a hacker could create a clone of your bank or another financial institution, and even though you write the correct address, you will be redirected to a phishing website that could steal your credentials and use them later on the real website. In this video, I'll show you another attack on ARP protocol, this time of type denial of service. A hacker could launch this attack on any host, wired or wireless, for example on a mobile phone or on an IoT device on the local network which he is connected to. This hack will use ARP spoofing just like the man-in-the-middle attack we've seen in the last lecture. Just that this time, the hacker will disrupt the service or host connection to make the websites or other resources unavailable to the victim. The anatomy of this attack is the same as of the ARP man-in-the-middle attack, just that the hacker will drop any packets he intercepts instead of routing them to the real destination, like in the case of the man-in-the-middle attack. Let's see the attack live. On Kali, I'm opening a terminal and becoming root. Sudo su and a hyphen. And I am starting BetterCap. BetterCap minus iFace and the name of the interface, ETH0. Let's see the help of arp.spoof module again. And we notice arp.ban, which can be on or off. This attack will use the same module named arp.spoof, but this time in ban mode, meaning that target connectivity will not work anymore. Okay, let's set the target. Set arp.spoof.targets and the IP address of the Windows machine. This will be the victim. .192.168.0.113. Net.recon module is required for arp.ban, so I'm gonna start it. If you don't start it explicitly, BetterCap will start net.recon as a requirement when starting arp.ban. So net.recon on. Before starting the attack, let's see that the victim can communicate normally on the LAN and on the internet. Ping.8.8.8, it's working, and let's see a website. Okay, it's working. Let's start the attack. arp.ban on. And we notice that arp.ban has been started. In fact, arp.ban means arp.spoof without forwarding enabled, so intercepted packets are not forwarded to their real destination. Let's return to the victim machine and see if the connection still works. And it's not working. The packets are intercepted by the hacker and dropped. And the website? I am refreshing the page. And it's not loading. and arp-a, and we notice that the hacker, the IP address that ends in 200, and the default gateway have the same MAC address. This is what ARP spoofing means. Again, on the hacker machine, I am stopping the attack. arp.ban off, restoring ARP cache of one target. Let's see if it works. Ping 8.8.8.8 and it's working. And the web page is loading. This is how you perform a denial of service attack using BetterCap and ARP on your local network. In the last lectures, I have shown you how to use BetterCap to launch various attacks of type man in the middle or denial of service exploiting the ARP protocol. Each time you want to launch an ARP spoofing attack, you have to start BetterCap, specify the targets, set different options, and start the required modules. This is time-consuming and prone to errors. And to be honest, it's not a pleasure to anyone to memorize tens of parameters and commands. Fortunately, BetterCap has a feature called Caplex that allows you to script and automate all supported attacks. What is a caplet? It's a text file that contains the options and commands that you would execute in a BetterCap interactive session. A caplet is similar to a shell script. Instead of writing command after command in a BetterCap interactive session, you just write the commands in a text file with .cap extension and then start BetterCap using -caplet option and that file. Let's see an example. Back to Kali, I'm opening BetterCap just like before and launching an ARP spoofing attack. I'm becoming root and BetterCap -iface eth0, the name of the interface. BetterCap has started and I'll write first the commands in this interactive session. net.recon on, setarp.spoof.targets and the name of the target, the Windows machine, okay, this one, setarp.spoof.fullduplex true, and I'm starting the module arp.spoof on and net.sniff on. Perfect. This is the way you've already seen in the last lectures. I wanted to execute the commands in BetterCap just to be sure that there are no mistakes. Now, using my preferred text editor, which is in my case Vim, I'm gonna create a text file called arp_spoof.cap. I need another terminal. I'm becoming root. I'm moving to /root directory. And here I'm creating the file arp_spoof.cap. Inside this file, I'm gonna copy paste all options and commands executed in BetterCap interactive session. The first option, the second option, the third option, and the last two options. And I'm saving the file. I'm closing this instance of BetterCap and then start it again, this time using the caplet. First, I'm moving to /root directory. This is the directory that contains the caplet. This is the file. Be sure that the caplet is in the current working directory. If it's not, use a correct absolute or relative path to the caplet file. BetterCap -iface eth0 -caplet and the name of the file. I'm closing this terminal just to have more space and I'm hitting enter. And BetterCap started and has launched the ARP spoofing attack just as we would have written all the commands directly in BetterCap session. Let's test that the attack is working. This is the victim's machine and I'm executing ARP-A. This is its ARP table, and we notice that both the default gateway and the hacker have the same MAC address in the ARP table. Now, using the browser, I'm gonna log in to the same website we've tested at ARP spoofing attack. demo.testfire.net. And I'll click on online banking login. Username Kali and password test1234 and login. We notice how the attacker has captured the credentials, so the attack is working. Now if you want to add a new target, change an option or launch a second attack, you just modify the caplet and start BetterCap again. It's much simpler this way. Note that BetterCap already comes with some caplets and you may find them in USR, Share, BetterCap and caplets. These are the caplets BetterCap is coming with. In BetterCap interactive session, you can see all caplets by executing caplets.show. We see the name of the caplet and the caplet file. And the path to the caplets, caplets.path. It will search for the caplets in these directories, and there is also caplets.update available. It will update the caplets from the official GitHub repository. Note that this command is inactive in Kali by default. If you want to activate the command, you must install BetterCap-caplets package. Also take care that this command will override any changes you have done to the caplets in the official directory. Okay, I've just shown you how a script kiddie could destroy your multi-$1,000 Cisco Enterprise class switch. But what can you do to protect your network? One way to avoid the dreaded CDP flood attack is to disable CDP on the entire switch. Let's do it. This is the console connection to the switch. conft and no CDP run. CDP was disabled globally. Do show CDP traffic. And you notice that CDP is not enabled. However, sometimes you don't want to disable CDP entirely. Another way is to pick specific interfaces and disable CDP on those interfaces only. Do show IP interface brief. Let's see the interfaces. Okay. And I want to disable CDP on fast Ethernet 0/1. Interface fast Ethernet 0/1. No CDP enable. I've just disabled CDP on that interface only. But what if you don't want to disable CDP at all? In fact, it's a useful protocol, that's why it exists and is enabled by default on Cisco devices. Another more viable option is to enable port security on the switch. This will protect the switch by limiting and identifying MAC addresses that are allowed to access a port. If a port is configured as a secure port and the maximum number of secure MAC addresses is reached, when a new MAC address is attempting to access the port, a security violation occurs. And by default, that security violation means shut down the port. You will not only protect the switch against this attack and many others, but you'll also find out where the attack was launched from, and of course, the switch continues to work as expected. We could have an entire discussion on port security, but it's not the topic of this lecture. Okay, let's launch the CDP DOS attack again. I'm going back to Yersinia, launch attack, flooding CDP table, and OK. The attack is running. Let's check the switch CPU utilization again. I'm executing the same show process CPU command. And the CPU utilization for 5 seconds is only 5%. When CDP was running, it was 99%, so it's a big difference. Congratulations! You've just learned how to protect your Cisco devices against CDP attacks. Hello guys and welcome. We'll start a series of lectures on DHCP security. At the end, you will know how to hack DHCP and what are the countermeasures you can take. Let's take a look at the purpose of DHCP and how it works. This is really necessary in order to deeply understand the attacks on DHCP and how to mitigate the impact. Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP, is used to dynamically provide IP addresses and other configuration information to host on the wired or wireless networks. When you connect your mobile phone or your laptop to the Wi-Fi network, they will receive all necessary information to communicate on the network and on the internet, like IP address, network mask, default gateway, and DNS servers from the DHCP server, which in many cases, especially in small LANs, is the router. The configuration is assigned with a lease time. For the end user, DHCP works behind the scenes. Let's see in a nutshell how it really works. The admin sets up the DHCP server and creates pools of addresses available for assignment to the clients, wired or wireless. When a device is turned on and connected to the network, if it's configured to use DHCP for its network configuration, it will send a request to the server called DHCP Discover. This first message is a broadcast one, and that means that any host on the network will receive it. Maybe there are more DHCP servers, and each server will respond back to the offer. After the Discover packet reaches the DHCP server, the server reserves an IP address for the client and makes a lease offer by sending a DHCP offer message to the client. This package contains an IP address, a subnet mask, a lease duration, and the IP address of the server making the offer. This second message is a unicast packet, so only the requesting client will receive it. In response to the DHCP offer, the client replies with a DHCP request message broadcast to the server requesting the offered address. Why is this a broadcast packet? It's because a client can receive DHCP offers from multiple servers, but it will accept only one DHCP offer. Based on the required server identification option in the request and broadcast messages, servers are informed whose offer the client has accepted. And finally, the server will send a DHCP acknowledgement packet to confirm the configuration to the client. This packet includes the lease duration and any other configuration information that the client might have requested. At this point, the IP address configuration process is completed. If the server decides that the device cannot have the IP address, it will send a negative acknowledgement or an NACK packet. When the client leaves the network, it could send a DHCP release to inform the server that will deactivate its address. The server can offer this IP address to another client. Let's see these DHCP messages in Wireshark. I'm opening Wireshark, and I'm starting the capture on the Wi-Fi interface. It's capturing data. Now I'm connecting my mobile phone to the Wi-Fi network. My mobile phone, like the vast majority of the phones, is configured to automatically set up its network parameters using DHCP. And I'm connecting it to the network. You won't see this, I have the phone in my hand. You are seeing a lot of traffic, but I'm filtering to see only DHCP packets. So I'm applying a display filter, DHCP. Perfect. If it doesn't recognize the DHCP filter option, especially in older versions of Wireshark, you can write boot P as well. So boot P. Boot P or boot protocol is in fact an older version of DHCP, like a legacy DHCP. Both options are working, but I'm writing back DHCP. And we notice the broadcasted discovery message sent by the phone. This was received by any host on the network, including this Windows machine. Then the server responded back with an offer sent to Unicast. We can't see the packet on another host, like on this Windows machine, because it's a Unicast packet. And in the third step, the phone has requested the offer, sending a broadcast message that we can see in Wireshark. Now that you know in detail how DHCP works, let's go ahead and take a look at the attacks on DHCP. Note that the attacks could happen due to lack of any authentication mechanism between DHCP server and DHCP clients. There are mainly the following types of attacks: DHCP flooding, DHCP starvation, and DHCP rogue server. Let's take them one by one. In a DHCP flooding attack, the hacker will flood the server with fake DHCP discover messages. The server will start processing these messages and become unavailable for legitimate clients that will not receive an IP configuration. This is a denial of service attack. A DHCP starvation attack occurs when an attacker constantly sends fake DHCP requests with spoofed MAC addresses to a DHCP server. Eventually, there are no more IP addresses available to allocate to legitimate devices, and the network becomes unusable. This is also a denial of service attack. DHCPig, DHCP starve, Gobbler, or Yersinia are tools that can perform these attacks. We'll see them live in the next lectures. And the last attack we are talking about is called DHCP rogue server. A rogue DHCP server is a server set up on the network by an attacker or by an unaware user and is not under the control of the network admin. Using the rogue server, the attacker can start sending IP addresses and other configuration settings to the network DHCP clients. These configuration settings include default gateway and DNS server IP addresses that are not the legitimate ones, but are of the attacker or under its control. Once the default gateway IP address of the network devices is changed, the network hosts start sending the traffic destined to outside networks to the attacker's computer. The hacker can now capture sensitive user data and launch a man-in-the-middle attack. This is also called a DHCP spoofing attack. Hackers can also set up a rogue DNS server and deviate the user traffic to fake websites and launch phishing attacks. Okay, in this lecture, we have seen how DHCP works, what are the security problems, and how a hacker could attack DHCP. In the next lectures, I'll show you live examples of these attacks. In the last lecture, I've shown you how to launch an SSL sniffing attack on HTTPS protocol. We'll move on and see the second attack on HTTPS called SSL stripping. I've already explained to you in detail what it does, so let's go straight and launch the attack. I'm gonna use Bootcamp on Kali. First, I'm becoming root. Because there are many parameters that need to be set and modules that need to be started, I'll create a caplet and then start Bootcamp giving that caplet. I'm moving to /root directory, and here, using Vim, I'm creating the caplet. Let's say ssl_stripping.cap. First, I'm starting net.probe module, which is required. Net.probe on. Then, I'll set the options for ARP spoofing. This attack is of type man-in-the-middle, and ARP spoofing is also required. So set arp.spoof.fullduplex true. Now the target, the IP address of the Windows machine, and I'm starting the module arp.spoof on. The next step is to set parameters and start net.sniff module. Set net.sniff.local true. This option is required, and set net.sniff.verbose false. And I'm starting the module net.sniff on. And finally, I'll start the http.proxy module. Let's set some options for this module and then start it. Set http.proxy.script and the path to a JavaScript file. This file is already in the Bootcamp directory. And the option for SSL stripping. Set http.proxy.ssl strip true. And I'm starting the module http.proxy on. Okay, one mistake here. There is also a directory in the path called hsts hijack. I'm saving the file and then start Bootcamp. Bootcamp -iface, the name of the interface, -caplet, and the name of the caplet, ssl_stripping.cap. Okay, it has started. The attack is running. Let's check the ARP table of the victim, ARP -a. This is the default gateway, and this is the hacker. Both have the same MAC address. Let's go to the victim machine and visit a website that normally uses an encrypted connection like ing.com. ing.com. And we notice that the connection is not secure. Bootcamp has downgraded the connection to HTTP. It's not a secure connection. Normally, this connection would use HTTPS. Before visiting the site, I'd recommend you to clear all browser data by pressing on Ctrl + Shift + Del. This attack involves cookies, sessions, and so on, and they should not already be on the client's machine. So it would be great for the victim to visit the website for the first time. I won't clear browsing data now. Let's try another domain, shops.aud.com. And it's an HTTP connection. Without SSL stripping running, it would have used an encrypted one. HTTPS was downgraded to HTTP. And finally, let's try to visit an HSTS domain like youtube.com. And it's not working. The connection is encrypted. We see this lock here, and that the connection is secure. SSL stripping is not working on HSTS domains. They are immune to this attack. Okay, that's all about SSL stripping. In the next lecture, I'll give you some advice on how to keep yourself safe while visiting the web. In this video, I'm gonna show you how to hack STP. Spanning Tree Protocol or STP is one of the most common LAN protocols deployed in today's enterprise networks. I'd recommend you to dive deeper into STP because it's really important and lack of securing it could disrupt your entire network. A very good resource for learning about STP is the Cisco CCNA course. This video assumes that you have some basic knowledge about how STP works. Let's recap in a nutshell what is its purpose and how it works. Redundant links are always welcome in switched topologies as they avoid the single point of failure issue of a single switch or link that fails. In the example you are looking at, if the link between switch A and switch B fails, the traffic from A to B will still reach the destination through root switch. However, redundant links, if we look at them from layer 2 perspective, can cause layer 2 loops which further can cause broadcast storms and multiple frame transmission. This is simply because there is no time to live field in Ethernet header. For example, in this image, if host A sends a broadcast frame, that frame will be received doubled by host B. The first path is A, switch A, root, switch B, and host B, and the second path is host A, switch B, and host B. So host B will receive the broadcast frame 2 times. Fortunately, spanning tree can allow us to have redundant links while having a loop-free topology, thus preventing the potential for a broadcast storm. STP achieves this loop-free topology by selecting one switch as the root bridge, and the network administrator can influence which switch becomes the root bridge because this is the central part of the switch topology. Selecting a specific switch as the root bridge is done by manipulating a value called switch priority, and the switch with the lowest priority becomes the root bridge. If the root bridge goes down or another switch must become the root bridge, the STP topology must reconvert by electing a new root bridge, and the election starts at that precise moment. Switch ports do not immediately transit from the blocking state to the forwarding state. The ports go through some different states, and the time before the ports start to forward packets can be up to 1 minute. Okay. Now that we have a basic understanding of how STP works, let's see how a hacker could attack STP. In this lab, I'm gonna show you how to exploit the way STP works, and I mean the way STP elects the root bridge. This is another denial of service attack that is easy to be launched from a Linux machine using an application like Yersinia. It's the same application we've used for the CDP attack. Take a look there if you feel the need to see again what is Yersinia and how to install it on Linux. Taking over the root bridge is probably one of the most disruptive attacks. Keep in mind that STP is trustful, stateless, and does not provide an authentication mechanism. Running Yersinia from Kali Linux, I'll claim the root bridge role by sending BPDU frames with a lower priority than of the actual root bridge. For STP, a lower priority means a superior priority, and the switch with the lowest priority becomes the root bridge. Yersinia will take the role of a rogue switch. By the way, I've said BPDU frames. These are Ethernet frames used by STP for its operation. This attack is both of type denial of service and man in the middle. Denial of service because STP takes time to converge once a change in topology occurs, and during this phase, no data is forwarded by any switch in the network. The attacker could continuously reset the topology converging process before it has any chance to finish. The switch will be put in such a state that will continuously calculate the final STP topology. And man in the middle, because if the attacker inserts a rogue switch in the network and that switch becomes the root bridge, traffic could be diverted through the rogue switch. Okay, let's exploit STP. This is the topology I'm going to use. My laptop runs Windows 10 and Kali Linux in a VM. It's connected directly to a Cisco Catalyst switch using a wired Ethernet connection. If you use the same setup, don't forget to set the VM network in bridged mode so that the Linux machine has access to the physical interface of your laptop. To reproduce this attack, besides a Linux machine, you need a Cisco Layer 2 switch or any other switch that supports STP. You will connect the Linux machine to the switch using a wired connection. Now, if you don't have available such a physical switch, you can still launch the attack. Just run a Cisco L2IOU in GNS3 and set up a network connection between the Linux host and the devices that run in GNS3. Take a look at a previous lecture where I have explained in detail how to do that. In this topology, notice that there are two redundant links between switch 1 and switch 2. This is what a redundant topology means, and STP will temporarily disable a port to avoid the problems of redundant layer 2 topologies. This is a console connection to switch 2. The default STP priority of a switch is 32,768. Let's check it. Show spanning tree. We notice the switch priority and that this switch is the root bridge. If you want to be sure that a particular switch becomes the root, just decrease the priority. You can set the bridge priority in increments of 4096. And I'm gonna set the priority to a lower value. conft spanning tree VLAN 1, all ports belong to VLAN 1, priority, and the value. You cannot give any value, only in increments of 4096. For this example, the priority will be 28,672. And of course the switch is the root bridge of the topology. We see the message here. This bridge is the root. Back to Kali Linux, I'll start Yersinia as root. So Yersinia minus G, written in uppercase. Minus G option makes Yersinia to start a graphical session. I'll click on Launch Attack, and in STP tab, I'm selecting claiming the root role and then OK. Yersinia immediately starts sending BPDUs with a lower priority than the priority of the root bridge, claiming the root role. you can adjust the values in the BPDU frames here in this window. Okay, let's return to the switch and see if it's still the root. I'm executing show spanning tree command. And we notice that the switch is no more the root bridge. There is a cost of 19 to the root. Back to Kali Linux, I'll stop the attack. List attacks and stop. Show spanning tree again. The switch is still the root. I am waiting a few seconds. Okay, we see that the switch has become again the root of the topology. If we don't have or don't want to use the graphical interface of Yersinia, we can start the attack in command line, like this. Yersinia, stp, the name of the attack, and minus attack, and the ID of the attack. In this case is 4. Let's return to the switch and execute show spanning tree again. And we notice that the switch has lost the root role. Okay, I'm stopping Yersinia and the attack. You've just seen how to hack STP, one of the most used switching protocols in enterprise networks. In the next lecture, I'll show you what countermeasures you can take to protect your switches against this attack. In the last lecture, we've seen theoretically how a black hat hacker can attack the HTTPS protocol. In this video, I'll show you a live example of SSL sniffing. The attack can be executed from any Linux machine using tools like Ethercap or Bettercap. I'm gonna use Linux Mint and Ethercap because in the latest version of Kali, these tools are a little bit buggy when executing the attack. If you want to run it on Kali, you execute all commands and follow all steps exactly like this. There is no difference in fact. Let's get started. By default, Ethercap is not performing the SSL sniffing attack. This means intercepting the server certificate, generating a new fake one on the fly, and sending it to the victim. Let's change the Ethercap config file to activate SSL sniffing. I'm opening the configuration file of Ethercap. It's in /etc ethercap and then ether.conf. This is the configuration file of Ethercap. And almost at the end of the file, I'll uncomment 2 lines related to IP tables. These 2 lines. If you see here another 2 IP tables rules related to IPv6, please uncomment those 2 lines as well in order for the attack to work. And I'm saving the file and then quit. Let's start the ARP spoofing attack. The victims will be the Windows machine, this one, and the default gateway. So ethercap -t -m ARP, the first victim, the default gateway, // and the Windows machine, the second victim. We had an entire lecture on Ethercap, and you can recap from there if you feel the need. I'm launching the attack. Let's check that the attack was successful. On the victim, ARP -a. And we notice that both the default gateway and the hacker have the same MAC address in the ARP table. This is the hacker and this is his MAC address. Let's check it just to be sure. Okay, the IP address ends in 151 and the MAC address ends in 91. Perfect. Now, let's visit a website using HTTPS. This is the victim machine. Let's say bbc.co.uk. Wow, we notice the certificate error. Your connection is not private. This certificate is not the authentic certificate sent by the server, but it's the fake certificate generated by the hacker. The connection to this site is not secure. If the user accepts the certificate and clicks on Proceed to bbc.co.uk, the hacker will capture all data in clear text and the user will be hacked. In the EtherCap window, we already notice unencrypted traffic. Remember that in the last lecture, I have said that this attack cannot be performed on HSTS domains. If we check this domain, bbc.co.uk, on hstspreload.org, we'll see that it's not in the list. Let's try another domain, this time a domain that's in the list. For example, facebook.com. Okay, we see the same security warning, your connection is not private, but there's no way to continue. It says that you cannot visit facebook.com right now because the website uses HSTS. So HSTS does not allow us to visit some particular websites in an unsecure manner. It protects the user against this attack and many others. And I'm stopping the attack by pressing on Q in EtherCap window. It's rearping the victims. That's all, thank you. Welcome back. In the last video, we have seen how DHCP works, what are the security problems, and how a hacker could attack the DHCP protocol. Let's move on and attack DHCP with a discover flooding attack. I'm gonna use Yersinia. We've already seen Yersinia before when I've shown you the CDP and STP attacks. Yersinia offers a DHCP discover flood functionality which should not be confused with an actual DHCP starvation attack. The effect of this one is far more temporary. In this attack, Yersinia sends DHCP discover messages to the DHCP server at a very high rate, most probably far higher than what the DHCP server can reasonably handle. Note that a DHCP server is not as resilient as, let's say, a web server. This attack will probably make the DHCP server unavailable for the duration of the attack. It will be unable to process any legitimate requests for the duration of the flood. Once the flood stops, since Yersinia did not answer to any offer sent by the server will automatically delete all flood-related entries from its leases database after a few minutes timeout. Let's launch the attack. In this lab, I'm gonna attack the DHCP server of my LAN, which is also the default gateway. First, I want to open Wireshark to see the generated traffic and then start Yersinia. As root, I'm starting Wireshark. Capture, Options, I'm selecting the interface, ENPO S3, and Start. If you want to see only DHCP packets, you can apply a display filter in Wireshark. If you write DHCP in this version of Wireshark, it won't recognize it. You see, it didn't recognize this filter. But if you write bootp, it will recognize the option. Bootp comes from boot protocol and Wireshark will filter and display only DHCP packets. Bootp is a legacy protocol of DHCP. DHCP has sometimes in the past replaced bootp. We are seeing only DHCP packets in Wireshark. And I'm starting Yersinia. -G means that I want to start a graphical interface. Okay, perfect. This is Yersinia, and I'll click on Launch Attack, and then I'll select the DHCP tab. We see here all available attacks on DHCP. Sending discover packet is the option used for the flooding attack I'm gonna launch in a few seconds. The next option is for setting up a rogue DHCP server, and the last option is for sending DHCP release packets to the server so the server considers the IP addresses available to be offered to other clients. So this is also a kind of denial of service attack. And I'm launching the attack. Let's see the captured traffic in Wireshark, and we notice tons of broadcast DHCP discover messages sent to the server. In fact, they are sent to the broadcast address, but the server will process them. It's sending hundreds of DHCP discover messages per second. Now the server is under a lot of stress. Its DHCP leases database is probably unavailable to legitimate clients. Let's test if I can still communicate on the internet. It's not working because the DHCP server is also the default gateway and is under attack. Destination host unreachable. I'm stopping the attack. List attacks and stop all. Ping will start shortly. This is a temporary attack. Okay, it has started. If you want to launch the attack at the console, you execute as root Yersinia DHCP -attack 1. Okay, that's all. In the next lecture, I'll show you a real DHCP starvation attack. Hello guys! I'll start a series of videos of how to hack the ARP protocol and launch a man-in-the-middle attack to capture sensitive data. I want to start with a disclaimer. Do not use any of the information I teach you in this video and in all my other videos related to network security and ethical hacking for malicious activities. Launch the attacks shown in this course only on your network or on other networks that you have permission to access. Let's start with a short explanation of what ARP is and how it works. A good understanding of ARP is critical to deeply understand how this attack works. ARP, or ARP, stands for Address Resolution Protocol and is one of the fundamental protocols used in wired Ethernet and wireless networks. When a device wants to communicate with another device in a local area network, it needs both the MAC and the IP address of the destination. The user that starts the application on the source host uses only the IP address of the destination host. The destination MAC address remains hidden to the user. Just imagine that you want to ping a device on your LAN, or you want to connect using HTTP, so the browser, to the local router or to other websites. In all these cases, you'll use only the IP address of the destination. If you are not a network engineer or a technical person, you wouldn't even know that there is also a MAC address involved. In a LAN, the packets go through a switch or an access point, and they take decisions based only on the MAC address. The switch or the access point looks for the MAC address of the packet in the packet headers and forwards it accordingly. Let's look at an example. I'll ping the internal interface of the router, which is the default gateway. Before launching the ping command, I'll start Wireshark to sniff the traffic. I want to see all packets that are being transmitted and received. I am starting Wireshark. Capture, Options, I am selecting the interface, Wi-Fi, and Start. Perfect. And I am pinging the default gateway, ping 192.168.0.1. Okay, it's working. As you can see, I've used only the IP address of the destination and not the MAC address as well. I'll stop capturing packets. If we take a look in Wireshark at ICMP packets, these are ICMP packets, and were generated by the ping command, we notice that there are both the IP and MAC address in the packet headers. Let's take a look at this packet. This is the source MAC address, the destination MAC address, the source IP address, and the destination IP address. Somehow, the source host should have found the MAC address of the destination. And here is where ARP comes into play. It works behind the scenes and finds the hardware address, also known as MAC address, of a host from its own IP address. Let's take a look again at the packets captured by Wireshark. And we notice these two packets of type ARP. This is an ARP request packet and this is an ARP reply packet. The ARP request packet is nothing but a broadcast packet sent over the network to find out the corresponding MAC address of a given IP address, the destination address. We notice that this ARP request packet is destined to the broadcast address. The destination MAC address is of type broadcast. Being a broadcast packet means that it will be received by each host in the network. And the message says, who has 192.168.0.1? Tell 192.168.0.103. .1 was the destination, so the IP address of the default gateway, and .103 the IP address of Windows. In plain English, it means what is the MAC address of 192.168.0.1 wants to know 192.168.0.103. Each host on the network has received the packet, but only the host with the IP address 192.168.0.1 has responded back with an ARP reply packet that contains its own MAC address. This is the ARP reply packet, and it says that 192.168.0.1, so the destination, has this MAC address. Now, the source host, which is the Windows machine, knows both the IP and the MAC address of the destination and can build and then send the ping echo request packets on the network. And we see in the packet headers both the IP of the destination given by the user and its corresponding MAC address found by ARP. This is the destination MAC address found by ARP. Now, after resolving the MAC address of the destination, ARP stores the mapping between IP and MAC in a table called ARP table for future reference. The subsequent communications with the same destination IP address can use the same MAC address from the ARP table. The source host will not repeat the process to find the MAC address of the destination. If you want to display the ARP table, you execute ARP-A both on Windows and Linux. This is the ARP table. You see the mappings between IP addresses and MAC addresses. For example, this is the mapping between the IP address of the default gateway and its MAC address found by ARP. If you want to delete the entries in the ARP table, you execute ARP-D on Windows. To run this command, you need administrative privileges. Now the ARP table is empty. So this is basically how ARP works. Now we'll take a short break, and in the next lecture, we'll talk about man-in-the-middle attacks and ARP poisoning. In the last lectures, we have discussed attacks on DHCP which are Discover Flooding Attack, DHCP Starvation, and Rogue DHCP Server. Let's see what countermeasures are available to mitigate the impact. Let's start with the starvation attack. It can be mitigated by configuring different security features on the LAN switch, access point, or wireless LAN controller. If the hacker sends DHCP Discover packets with different spoofed MAC addresses, the attack can be mitigated by configuring port security on the switch. This will limit the number of MAC addresses behind each port, and when a violation occurs, the admin can choose to drop the traffic or automatically disable the switch port. We had an entire lecture on port security when we discussed MAC flooding. Please watch that video again if you feel the need to recap what port security is or how it works. To prevent a DHCP starvation attack that uses DHCP requests encapsulated with the same source MAC address, so the hacker sends all DHCP requests with the same MAC address, you can enable MAC address check on the DHCP server. The DHCP server compares the client's hardware address or CHADDR field of received DHCP requests with the source MAC address in the frame header. If they are the same, the DHCP server verifies this request as legal and processes it. If they are not the same, the server discards the DHCP request. Rogue DHCP servers can be mitigated by DHCP snooping. When configuring DHCP snooping on the access switch, all ports in the VLAN will be untrusted for DHCP replies. DHCP snooping acts like a firewall between untrusted hosts and DHCP servers. You use DHCP snooping to differentiate between untrusted interfaces connected to the user and trusted interfaces connected to the DHCP server or another switch. When an attacker sends a packet like a DHCP offer that normally comes from the DHCP server on an untrusted port, that packet will be dropped and the message will be logged. In this example, I'll show you how to configure DHCP snooping on a Cisco Catalyst switch. We consider that the legitimate DHCP server is connected to port Ethernet 0/0 and no other DHCP server is allowed on the network. Okay, so in global configuration mode, I'm enabling DHCP snooping, IP DHCP snooping. Then I'll specify on which VLANs it will operate. IP DHCP snooping VLAN 1, 10 and 20. It's just an example. I'm entering the interface mode, the trusted interface, Ethernet 0/0, and I set the interface as being trust. That means that a DHCP server is allowed to connect to this port. If you want to see the configuration, you execute show IP DHCP snooping. In this example, a DHCP server is allowed only on Ethernet 0.0 port. Note that there are also tools called DHCP rogue detectors, which can be installed on your host and try to find any rogue server on the network. This solution is partial, local, and is not proactive. Welcome back. In the last lecture, we've executed a discover flooding attack on the DHCP server, which is also the default gateway of the LAN. Now, I'll show you a starvation attack which can have far more impact on the network and its users. This time, the attacker will not flood the DHCP server with hundreds of discover requests per second, but he will instead send the discover request packets at a slower rate, allowing the DHCP to properly handle them. He will keep track of sent discover messages and wait for the matching offer replies. Finally, the hacker will send request messages in reaction to the received offers, confirming the IP list. In just a few seconds, all available IP addresses will be listed, meaning that there will be no available IPs anymore to send to newly connected devices, preventing them from accessing the network. It's the classical definition of a denial of service attack. Okay, let's go to work. To launch the attack, I'm gonna use another tool called DHCPig. It has a good implementation of this attack, and there are tons of available options. DHCPig is written in Python, has been tested on multiple Linux distributions and multiple DHCP servers, and uses the SCAPI library. Even though it has a lot of options, to start a basic starvation attack, no configuration is necessary. Just pass the interface as a parameter to the DHCPig command. I'm gonna use Linux Mint, but you can use any Linux distribution you wish, including Kali. You will use it in the same way. DHCPig is not installed, but it belongs to the standard repositories, so I'm gonna install it using apt. As root, I'm executing apt update && apt install DHCPig. Okay, it was successfully installed. I'm checking the machine's IP and then launching the attack, DHCPig and the interface. In this case, it's ENP0S3. And we notice how it's sending DHCP discover packets, waiting for the offer packets, and then completes the entire IP allocation process. If you want to go deeper, start Wireshark and see exactly what it sends and receives back from the server. Okay, done. DHCP pool exhausted. This is the DHCP server, which is also the router and the victim of the attack. Let's check the logs of the DHCP server. And we see here tons of requests received from DHCPig and acknowledgements sent back by the server. All IP configurations have been already offered. If a legitimate client boots up, it won't receive anything. DHCPig goes even further. Once there are no more free leases, it will try to disconnect all Windows machines by simulating IP addresses conflicts by sending gratuitous ARP packets. This results in the Windows machines dropping their current address to fetch a new one from the DHCP server, but at that time there are no more IP addresses available. Okay, that's all about DHCP starvation attack. To bring my network back into its normal parameters, I think I'm gonna restart the router. Let's go ahead and see what are the available attacks on HTTPS. There are two known attacks, SSL sniffing and SSL stripping. Let's take them one by one. SSL sniffing means performing a man-in-the-middle attack on SSL traffic. The hacker will run an ARP spoofing attack to insert himself between the client, which is the victim, and the original web server. The hacker dynamically or on the fly generates certificates for the domains that are being accessed and use those spoofed certificates for the part of the connection between him and the victim. All traffic will be sniffed and seen in clear text. The victim's browser will recognize that the certificate is not authentic because it's not signed by an authority the browser trusts and will display a security warning. This is such a security warning. The certificate the server has sent to the client is not authentic. Now, if the user accepts the security warning, proceed to www.bbc.co.uk, he will be hacked. The encrypted data will be decrypted by the hacker using the spoofed certificate and then sent to the destination web server encrypted using the original certificate. The attack will be transparent, so the hacker will use two certificates, the good one for the connection between him and the web server and the spoofed certificate for the connection between him and the victim. This attack cannot be performed on any website, especially on big ones like google.com or facebook.com. These websites use HSTS, and if the victim uses the latest version of any browser, the browser will not accept a fake or a self-signed certificate for those domains. In the next lecture, I'll show you live an SSL sniffing attack. The second known attack on HTTPS is called SSL stripping. This is also known as HTTPS downgrade attack because it will try to downgrade HTTPS connections to their HTTP or unencrypted counterpart. Usually, when you connect to a website, you don't specify HTTP or HTTPS. You just write the domain name like google.com. And the browser connects to port 80, which is HTTP. Usually, the web server uses redirects to take users to the HTTPS site and to ensure that they cannot reach the HTTP site. In an SSL stripping attack, the hacker will manipulate the redirects and send the users to the HTTP unencrypted site. Now, the user is still on the site, interacting as he normally would, but every bit of data he transmits is in plain text. Note that SSL stripping does not convert already established HTTPS connections to HTTP. It only does this in the sense that URLs are rewritten from HTTPS to HTTP. Note that this is only a partial attack that does not work on any website. There are so many variables involved. HSTS domains are especially immune to this attack. In this lecture, we've discussed about HTTP, HTTPS, HSTS, and what are the available attacks. In the next two lectures, I'll show you both an SSL sniffing and an SSL stripping attack. In this lecture, we'll go deeper into HTTPS, HSTS, and also take a look at the vulnerabilities of these protocols. We'll see what SSL sniffing and stripping are and how we can downgrade HTTPS to HTTP. There are two available protocols used to communicate to web servers over the internet: HTTP and HTTPS. HTTP, which comes from Hypertext Transfer Protocol, communicates in clear text, and that means that anyone between the source and the destination or in the same LAN with the victim can sniff and see the traffic. On the other hand, HTTPS, which stands for HTTP Secure, is an extension of the original HTTP protocol and it's used for secure communication using encryption. The encryption is done using TLS or Transport Layer Security, which is in fact a newer version of SSL or Secure Socket Layer. This is an example of a connection that uses HTTP, which is not secure. This is the IP address of my default gateway, and Chrome tells us that the connection is not secure. Your connection to this site is not secure. Never connect to a website, especially if there is something confidential using HTTP. You have been warned. An example of a connection that uses HTTPS is google.com. The connection is secure, and if I click here on this lock, I see details about the certificate and the encryption used. If someone tries to sniff the traffic, he will see only encrypted data, which is unreadable. So use only HTTPS connections for data confidentiality, integrity, and authentication, and make always sure that whenever you are visiting a secure website, a lock or any visible sign confirms that the connection is encrypted. Otherwise, someone might be eavesdropping on you. Let's move on and talk about HSTS. It stands for HTTP Strict Transport Security and is a security extension to HTTPS developed initially by PayPal and then published as an open protocol. It's now supported by all major browsers. Let's see what's HSTS. It's a web security policy mechanism that helps us to protect websites against protocol downgrade attacks and cookie hijacking. HSTS allows a web server to declare using a header named Strict Transport Security that web browsers should interact with it using only authentic HTTPS connections. The HSTS domains should be loaded in what is called an HSTS preload list and must be supported by the browser. You can check if a specific domain is in the list at hstspreload.org. Let's check if facebook.com is in the list. And we see its status. Facebook.com is currently preloaded. It's much more difficult to attack Facebook. The browser will allow only authentic HTTPS connections to this domain. But Audi.com is not preloaded. It's not in the list. You can communicate with Audi.com also using HTTP. It's possible that by the time you see this video, things to be already changed, and you might get another result. Okay, that's all about HTTP, HTTPS, and HSTS. In the next lecture, we'll see what are the available attacks on HTTPS. See you in a second. In the last lecture, we've seen what's ARP and how it works. Now it's time to go deep into man-in-the-middle attacks and ARP poisoning. Let's go ahead to the ARP poisoning, aka ARP spoofing attack. This is a man-in-the-middle attack that is carried out over a local area network and involves sending malicious ARP reply packets to at least two hosts on the network, which are the victims of the attack. A man-in-the-middle attack is a cyber attack in which a hacker inserts himself in a conversation between two users or applications, either to eavesdrop or to impersonate one of the parties, making it to appear as if a normal exchange of information is underway. The goal of an attack is to steal personal information such as login credentials, account details, or credit card numbers. Critical to this scenario is that the victim isn't aware of the man in the middle. Most of the time, the router, which is the default gateway of the LAN, is one of the victims. This allows the hacker to intercept packets on a network, modify the traffic, or stop all traffic. Often, this attack is used as an opening for other attacks. Let's take a closer look at this image. I want to explain to you how the attack works. The hacker or the malicious user will continuously send ARP reply packets to both the default gateway and the user in the LAN, which is the victim of the attack. In these special crafted ARP reply packets, the header will associate its own MAC address with the IP address of the other host, such as a web server or the default gateway. It will cause any traffic meant for that IP address, the default gateway in this case, to be sent to the attacker instead. Note that clients accept responses even though they didn't send a request. They simply trust the ARP response without any form of verification. This is a weakness in ARP protocol that allows the existence of the ARP spoofing attack. In this image, the hacker will send an ARP reply packet to the host saying that the IP address of the default gateway has its own MAC address, the hacker's MAC address. It will also send another ARP reply packet to the default gateway saying that the IP address of the host has the MAC address of the hacker. The user will save in its ARP table the IP address of the default gateway and the MAC address of the hacker. And the default gateway will save in its ARP table the IP address of the user and the MAC address of the same hacker. Now, when the host wants to send a packet outside the local network, so to the internet, it will use the IP address or the domain of the destination, for example google.com, and the MAC address of the router found by ARP. This is how networks work. Each packet destined to a destination outside the LAN will be sent to the MAC address of the default gateway. The switch that receives the packet will forward the packet based on the destination MAC address and will forward it to the hackers because that's the destination MAC address of the packet. Now if the hacker just wants to read data and remain invisible, he will read the packet contents and then forward it to the real destination. When the return traffic from the internet hits the router's interface, the router will forward the packet to the destination host in the LAN. It will search for the MAC address of the destination in its ARP table and use the MAC address in the packet header. Now, as we've already learned, in ARP table, the IP address of the host is mapped to the MAC address of the hacker. So the hacker will receive the response packet. It will capture and inspect the packet and then forward it to the real destination. If the hacker just wants to launch a denial of service attack, he simply drops the packets. This type of attack remains invisible to the victim. Now you have a very good understanding of how ARP and ARP poisoning work. In the next lecture, we'll launch the attack. In this lecture, we'll discuss wireless modes of operation. Wi-Fi or IEEE 802.11 defines the following modes of operation for Wi-Fi cards. AP, infrastructure or master mode. The wireless card creates a network with a specified name called SSID and channel and offers network services on it. Wireless cards in master mode can only communicate with cards that are associated with it in managed mode. These are the names, SSID or service set identifiers, of all networks in the range. In the managed aka client mode, wireless cards will join a Wi-Fi network created by an AP and will automatically change their channel to match the channel of that Wi-Fi network. Managed mode cards do not communicate with each other directly, and will only communicate with an associated master. Then there's the ad hoc mode. In the ad hoc mode, there is no master, access point, or wireless router. Each wireless card communicates directly with its neighbors. Nodes must be in range of each other to communicate and must agree on a network name and channel. And finally, the monitor mode. Monitor mode, RF mode or radio frequency monitor mode, allows a wireless card to monitor all traffic received on a wireless channel. Monitor mode allows packets to be captured without having to first associate with an access point. Do not confuse it with the promiscuous mode used for sniffing. A wireless card can be put in promiscuous mode after associating with an AP and will sniff the traffic of the Wi-Fi network to which is associated. The monitor mode works by sniffing the packets in the air without associating or linking with any access point. Monitor mode is not used for normal communication, but only for troubleshooting or hacking wireless networks. At this moment, the Wi-Fi card of the Windows machine I'm using to record this video is in managed mode. It's associated and authenticated to an AP, which is also the router of the LAN. This one called CMA. If I start sniffing on this interface, it will capture only data packets destined to it. It won't capture other wireless frames like management or control frames. Only data frames. I'm starting capturing Wi-Fi traffic. Note that there are many types of packets, not only data packets in Wi-Fi networks, such as beacons, association requests and responses, authentication requests and responses, requests to send and clear to send, and many more. Look, we see only data packets. There are no beacons, association or authentication packets captured. In addition, the radio header of the frame is converted to what is called a fake Ethernet header. This is the fake Ethernet header. So in fact, we don't see the full layer 2 header of the Wi-Fi packet because many fields have been removed. This is not the real layer 2 header of the frame. Note that I've used the terms packet and frame interchangeable. Normally, a frame is a layer 2 protocol data unit and the packet is a layer 3 protocol data unit. So when referring to the wireless and Ethernet protocols, which are layer 2 protocols, the correct term is frame, but I think there is no such a big mistake if we call them packets sometimes. Now let's go ahead and put the wireless interface into monitor mode. Remember that you cannot use monitor mode on Windows. I'd recommend you to watch the previous videos where I've explained how to check if the Wi-Fi card supports the monitor mode or not. For this lab, I'm gonna use Kali Linux. There are more ways to enable the monitor mode and I'll show you two of them. The first one will use airmon ng and the second one IW config. This is the Wi-Fi interface, which is associated to an AP. The first step is to stop the processes that could cause troubles while working with the interface in monitor mode. I'm running airmon ng check to list all possible processes like the network manager that could interfere with the Wi-Fi card. If it says airmon ng command not found, that means that you have not installed aircrack ng, the program which contains airmon ng. On Kali Linux, it's already installed, but on Ubuntu, Linux Mint, or other Linux distributions, You can install it by executing apt install airtrack-ng. This is how you install it on Ubuntu, for example. And it found two processes that could cause trouble. Now I'll try to kill them. Airmon ng check kill. It's killing the processes. Let's check it again. No process will interfere with my interface, so I'll put it into monitor mode. Airmon ng start and the name of the interface. In this example, the name of the interface is WLAN 0. Check the name of your interface before executing this command. You can run ifconfig before killing these processes. The tool has created a new interface called WLAN0 mon, which is in monitor mode. This is the interface. It's the old name WLAN0 and mon. You can check it also by executing iwconfig. It's like ifconfig, but for Wi-Fi cards. And it's in monitor mode. Now if we start a packet capture tool like Wireshark or TCP dump, we will select that interface to capture packets and it will capture all packets on the shared medium. So TCP dump -i and the name of the interface, WLAN0 mon. And we see all Wi-Fi traffic in the range. I'm stopping it by pressing Ctrl+C. To return the interface to normal, we need to disable monitor mode as following. Airmon ng stop WLAN0 mon and iwconfig. It's showing that the interface is in managed mode and its name is WLAN0. Let's see the second method used to put the interface in monitor mode. The first step is to disable the Wi-Fi interface. ifconfig WLAN0 down. Then I'll use iwconfig like this, iwconfig WLAN0 mode monitor. And finally, I'm enabling the interface, ifconfig WLAN0 up. Now the interface is running in monitor mode. Let's start capturing packets on the interface, this time with Wireshark. And I'm starting capturing packets on the interface in monitor mode. And we notice how it's capturing all the Wi-Fi traffic. Note that the interface is not authenticated or associated with any AP. It's just capturing all the traffic, including management and control packets, not only data packets, from all clients and wireless routers in its range. Note that the medium, which is the air, is shared, so if a device like a mobile phone is surfing the web at another floor, the packets are reaching this point too and are captured. Of course, they are encrypted, but this is another discussion. I'm stopping the capture. Also notice how it captured beacons and all kinds of Wi-Fi traffic, not only data. And if we are searching for a data packet and take a deeper look, this is a data packet, we also notice the radio header, not the fake Ethernet header like in the example from the beginning of this lecture when I've captured packets with the interface in the managed mode. This is the radio header. And the final note, If you need to restart the network manager, use systemctl start network manager. In this lecture, we'll discuss how to configure the Wi-Fi network for maximum security and mitigate the attacks we have seen. To secure a wireless network, we have to secure both the access point or the wireless router and the wireless communication between the AP and the Wi-Fi clients. In this lecture, I'll show you how to configure a common wireless router for maximum security. For other models, there is probably another interface, but the options and the concepts are the same. To secure the Wi-Fi router, we should follow the next steps. Change the default password of the router with a strong one. Each home wireless router comes with a default username and password. If you do not change it with a strong one, a hacker could log into your router and see the wireless password or even change it. Connect to the Wi-Fi router only using HTTPS. If you use HTTP, like in this example, the connection is not secure and the hacker could launch a simple attack of type man-in-the-middle like ARP poisoning and capture the login password. So the strong password you have set will be of no use. I'm logged into the router. Disable remote administration of the router, which means connecting to the router from the internet. This way, you avoid denial of service or brute force attacks to your router. In this example, the remote management function is disabled. Configure it from your local wired or wireless network. Disable services that are running on your router but are never used. For example, if you do not use Telnet or SSH to connect to the router, disable them. Each running service is a security vulnerability. Update the firmware to its latest version available to avoid the exploitation of known vulnerabilities. Many vendors release new updates to patch vulnerabilities that have been previously discovered. Check regularly on the official website if there is any firmware available for your model. These were the most important security settings for your router. Depending on the router model, there could be other settings available as well. You could simply search on Google for secure and your router model. To secure the wireless communication between the Wi-Fi router and the clients, you should use only WPA with a very strong password. Do not use WEP no matter the circumstances. A strong WPA2 PSK password means at least 12 random characters or 6 random words. This isn't a good password, for example. It's a dictionary word and we've already cracked it in the previous lecture. At the end of the day, the wireless security is as strong as the WPA2 password. Disable WPS or Wi-Fi protected setup. WPA is a very secure protocol as long as the password is strong enough. That means at least 12 random characters or 6 random words. This can be a bit inconvenient as you have to enter this long passphrase on each new device that connects to the network. Wi-Fi protected setup or WPS was created to solve this problem. When you connect to a router with WPS enabled, you'll see a message saying you can use an easier way to connect rather than entering your Wi-Fi passphrase. There are two different ways to connect to the Wi-Fi router using WPS. Using a pin configured on the router or using the push button connect. A PIN is an 8-digit number that you need to enter on your devices to connect. The WPS PIN is very easy to brute force. The second option is the push button connect. Instead of entering a PIN, you simply push a physical button on the router after trying to connect. This is more secure, but anyone with physical access to the router could push the button and connect even if they don't know the Wi-Fi password. WPS should be disabled. Keep this in mind. It's really important. You could also use MAC address filtering only if possible, but do not rely too much on it. MAC address filtering allows you to define a list of devices and allows on your Wi-Fi network only those devices. You can implement this feature only on small private networks where all clients are known in advance. However, this is not a strong security measure because MAC addresses can be easily spoofed. All an attacker has to do is monitor Wi-Fi traffic using a tool like AirDump-NG, examine a packet to find the MAC address of an allowed device, change their device's MAC address to that allowed MAC address, and connect in that device's place. You may be thinking that this will not be possible because the device is already connected, but a deauthentication attack that disconnects a device from the Wi-Fi network will allow an attacker to reconnect in its place. WPA2 with a strong password should be enough. Imagine that someone that knows how to capture the WPA2 four-way handshake and crack the password will have no difficulty bypassing the MAC filtering security feature. Okay, that's all. There's no network that's 100% secure, but implementing these options you are seeing right now will make your Wi-Fi network secure enough in most cases. We'll start a new section on hacking Wi-Fi networks. To perform Wi-Fi penetration testing, you need your wireless card to support monitor mode and packet injection. Monitor mode enables the Wi-Fi card to see and manipulate all wireless traffic passing through the air in its range. Without this ability, you are limited to use your wireless adapter to only connect to wireless access points that accept and authenticate you. You can sniff only data frames and Wi-Fi traffic destined to your card. You cannot sniff Wi-Fi management or control frames. Packet injection means injecting Wi-Fi packets into a Wi-Fi network without being authenticated to that network. This is essential when launching attacks like the deauthentication attack or even when capturing the WPA2 four-way handshake that is required to crack the wireless network password. So in order to hack Wi-Fi networks, a hacker needs a Wi-Fi card that supports both monitor mode and packet injection. This is also required to follow the labs in the hacking Wi-Fi section of this course. Maybe you wonder if the internal Wi-Fi card of your laptop is good or not. The first thing you should know is that even though a Wi-Fi card supports monitor mode and packet injection, you cannot use it on Windows. On Windows, you can only establish a basic Wi-Fi connection. Generally speaking, Windows cannot be used for hacking because it's really limited. So you need Linux. Now, if you run a Linux distribution like Kali or Linux Mint in a VM, then even though the internal card in your laptop supports monitor mode and packet injection, you won't be able to use these features. In fact, you won't even see the Wi-Fi adapter in a VM, but only a fake Ethernet interface. For example, I'm running Kali in a VM and I set the Wi-Fi network into bridged mode. Instead of seeing the Wi-Fi adapter, Kali sees it as an Ethernet card. This is the card ETH0. My laptop has a Wi-Fi adapter. This should be a Wi-Fi card, but it's not. This is related to how VirtualBox and VMware virtualize the physical card to the guest operating system. Maybe it seems like the end of the road. You could have the right Wi-Fi card, but cannot use it for penetration testing or hacking either in Windows or Linux in a VM. So there are two solutions to solve this problem. You need an external USB Wi-Fi adapter to use it for Linux that runs in a VM. We'll have an entire discussion on how to do it and what cards are good in the next lecture. And the second option is to install Linux directly on your laptop, not in a VM. From my experience, I can confirm that most internal Wi-Fi cards support monitor mode and packet injection only when Linux is the main OS. So if you have Windows on your main machine, a second laptop on which you install Kali Linux could solve the problem. To check if the internal Wi-Fi card in your laptop supports monitor mode and packet injection, you have to check the chipset inside the adapter. The chipset is what controls the behavior of the card, and it's much more important than the adapter manufacturer. For example, TP-Link, D-Link or Linksys are card producers, and Broadband, Realtek or Qualcomm Atheros are examples of chipsets. The brand is not important, but the chipset inside it is. Using SSH, I'm connecting to another Linux machine that runs as the main OS. It's not running in a VM. I'm becoming root, sudo su, the default password Kali, and I'm root. Now, to see the chipset of the built-in Wi-Fi adapter, I execute in Linux lspci -k. lspci -k. And I'm looking for wireless network adapter. Okay. This is the section. By the way, this is a common and cheap Asus laptop. We see that the chipset is Qualcomm Atheros QCA 9565 and it supports mode monitor and packet injection. You could also execute lspci -v. You'll see a lot of information. To put the adapter into monitor mode, you execute the following commands. I won't explain to you what each command does, because there is an entire lecture on how to do it later in this section. I'm just executing the commands to check if the Wi-Fi built-in card is good or not. So IW config, the Wi-Fi card is in managed mode, airmon ng check kill. I'm killing all the processes that could interfere. By the way, airmon ng is part of aircrack ng. So if you don't have airmon ng and you get command not found, you install it by executing apt install aircrack ng. Like this. And I'm putting the interface into monitor mode. Airmon ng start WLAN 0, the name of the interface. And IWconfig to see its mode of operation. It's in monitor mode. And I'll also test it for packet injection, which is fairly straightforward. From my experience, I can say that any Wi-Fi card that supports monitor mode supports also packet injection. After putting the card into monitor mode, we can run a test to see if the wireless network adapter is capable of injecting packets into nearby wireless networks using a tool called AirPlay-ng. So AirPlay-ng -- test and the name of the interface. Now the interface has another name, a new one, WLAN0.mon. That's the name after putting the interface into monitor mode. So WLAN0.mon. And injection is working. I'm stopping it by pressing Ctrl+C. Now, if you cannot install Linux as the main OS or the chipset of the built-in card is not good, then you need an external USB Wi-Fi adapter. We'll take a short break, and in the next video, I'll show you how to choose the right external Wi-Fi adapter and how to connect it to Kali in a VM. In this lecture, we'll talk about the deauthentication attack, which is an attack of type denial of service that targets the communication between a Wi-Fi client and the wireless access point or router. The IEEE 802.11 protocol defines a special management frame called deauthentication frame. This frame is sent by an access point to a station as a sanction technique to inform the station that it has to disconnect from the network immediately. The deauthentication attack works on WPA2 despite encryption. To perform the attack, the hacker does not have to know the Wi-Fi network password, and there is no need to be authenticated or connected to the network. These frames are not authenticated or protected in any way, and anyone can inject them into the network. Note that WPA2 does not encrypt the headers of the packets, only the payload. Also note that the deauthentication attack isn't some special exploit or bug. It's built in the Wi-Fi protocol to be used in real-world applications like client disassociated due to inactivity. Many times this attack is the starting point for other attacks yet to come. One of the main purposes of deauthentication used in the hacking community is to deauthenticate the client to capture the WPA2 four-way handshake by forcing the user to reconnect to the network. The WPA handshake is used to crack the wireless password and is exchanged only at the beginning in the authentication phase. We'll have a dedicated lecture on this topic later in the course. Other purposes of this attack is to force the user to connect to the hacker's rogue access point or to a captive portal. This is also called the evil twin attack. Of course, it can only be a denial of service attack, and there were cases when the user were continuously disconnected from the network at conferences. It was also the case when Atlas and other companies have launched deauthentication attacks on their own guests, the purpose being to drive them off their own personal hotspots and force them to pay for on-site Wi-Fi services. Okay, let's get started. I'll show you this attack live. I set up a wireless network called HackMe special for this lab. Both my mobile phone and the Windows recording machine are now connected to that Wi-Fi network. The attack will be performed on Kali Linux. Before continuing, note that you need a card that supports monitor mode and packet injection. Remember that you cannot use monitor mode on Windows. I'd recommend you to watch the previous lectures where I've explained how to check if the Wi-Fi card supports monitor mode and packet injection. So the first step is to put the card into monitor mode. This is the Wi-Fi interface, and I'll use airmon ng to put the card into monitor mode. First, I want to see the process that could interfere with putting the interface into monitor mode. So airmon ng check. And I'm killing these processes. Airmon ng check kill. Okay, the next step is to put the interface into monitor mode. Airmon ng start and the name of the interface. WLAN 0. Now the Wi-Fi card is working in monitor mode. I'm checking it with iwconfig. Perfect. In the next step, I'll sniff the Wi-Fi traffic to identify the network and the targets. Aerodump ng -i and the name of the interface. Now the name of the interface is WLAN 0 mon. I'm sniffing Wi-Fi traffic. Okay, it's not looking very well, so I'm changing the theme. I'll use Kali Dark. Okay, it's better. This column, called BSSID, lists the MAC addresses of all access points in the range. There are so many Wi-Fi networks in the range. I want to narrow down the results and I'll sniff only the traffic for that network on the channel the network operates. So only for HackMe on channel 1. This is the channel column. So I'm adding --BSS ID and the MAC address of the access point. And -C from channel 1. And it's sniffing traffic only for this Wi-Fi network on channel 1. In this section, you see the clients that are connected to the network. By the way, if you don't see the clients, check that you sniff on the same frequency band, 2.4 or 5 GHz. You could temporarily disable the 5 GHz frequency like I did for this lab. In this section, we are seeing which wireless devices are connected. We have to pick an access point that has at least one device associated to it for this attack to work. In this example, I'll attack the Windows client that is connected to this Wi-Fi network. The Windows machine I am using for recording. You see that it's connected to HackMe network. Let's check its MAC address. ipconfig/all. So the MAC address of the Wi-Fi card is this one. 30.24.32.E2.OF.59. This one, the second client in the list. I'm opening a new terminal and becoming root there as well. And I'm starting the attack. I'm gonna use AirPlay NG, which is part of AirCrack package. So AirPlay NG --the the type of the attack. It can inject also other types of frames. How many frames I want to send, and I want to send a lot of deauthentication frames. Something like this. Now -A and the MAC address of the access point. -C and the MAC address of the client. Let's check it again. Okay, the second one. And the name of the Wi-Fi card. WLAN 0 mon. If you want to send continuously, you can use 0 instead of this value. Before starting the attack, I want to check that the internet is working. I'll continuously ping this address. And of course, it's working. And I'm starting the attack. The ping has stopped. And the client was deauthenticated. See how it's trying to reconnect. The Windows machine was forced to deauthenticate. The deauthentication frames are sent continuously, so the device has no chance to authenticate and to connect back to the network. When I want to stop the attack, I simply press on Ctrl+C. I've stopped it. As soon as the deauthentication stops, the device reconnects to the access point and we will capture the WPA2 four-way handshake used to crack the Wi-Fi password. Okay, it has reconnected. And ping is working again. Okay, that's all about the deauthentication attack. In the next lecture, I'll show you how to use this attack to capture the WPA2 four-way handshake and crack the Wi-Fi key. WPA and WPA2 are replacements for WEP, which has been proven flawed and easy to crack. Nowadays, WPA2 with pre-shared key or enterprise protects all Wi-Fi communications. WPA2 uses advanced encryption standard as the encryption protocol, which is very secure and impossible to crack. The weakness in the WPA2 pre-shared key protocol is that the encrypted password is shared in what is known as the four-way handshake. This handshake is exchanged when a client wants to join a protected Wi-Fi network and is used to confirm that both the client and the access point possess the correct credential, which is the pre-shared key of the network. At the same time, the four-way handshake also negotiates a fresh encryption key that will be used to encrypt all subsequent traffic. If we can grab the handshake at that time, we can then attempt to crack it. So hacking WPA2 PSK consists of three different phases. The first phase of the attack consists of injecting deauthentication packets to make a Wi-Fi client to deauthenticate from the network. Once deauthenticated, the client will try to reconnect to the network. This is the second phase when we grab the WPA2 for a handshake. Of course, we can wait for a new client to authenticate to the network and capture the four-way handshake at that moment. However, it is more appropriate to make the client to deauthenticate and then authenticate back to the Wi-Fi network. I've talked about the deauthentication attack in the previous lecture. And the third phase, is to try to crack the four-way handshake which is encrypted with AES offline. Note that if the Wi-Fi network uses a strong password, and that means at least 12 or 14 random characters, including letters, digits, and symbols, you will not be able to crack the password in a reasonable amount of time. Let's get started with the live lab. Now the interface WLAN 0 is in managed mode. I'll execute the first phase, which is the deauthentication attack, using AirPlay-ng, which is part of AirCrack-ng package. I'll do it fast without too many explanations because I've already done it in detail in the previous lecture. Take a look there if you feel the need. First, I'm putting the card into monitor mode using AirMon-ng. I'm killing the processes that could interfere. This will take up to 10 seconds. And I'm putting the card into monitor mode. Now the Wi-Fi card is working in monitor mode. Let's sniff the Wi-Fi traffic to identify the network and the target. AirDump -i and the name of the interface, WLAN 0 MON. Okay, This is the target network, hack me. So I'm gonna sniff the traffic only of that network. So minus minus BCCID and the MAC of the IP, this one, minus C, 1. It's working on channel 1. These are the connected clients. I'll take one of them and I'll kick it off, making it to automatically re-authenticate, whereby I can grab the encrypted password sent in the process. I want to save the captured traffic into a file. So I'm stopping airdump.ng and I'm starting it again, adding -w, it's used to write to a file, and the name of the file to write to. Let's say WPA2 crack. So it will write to this file. In this terminal, I'm launching the attack, the deauthentication attack. Airplay ng --- I'm gonna send only 3 frames, 3 deauthentication frames. I want the client to be able to reconnect to the network, -a, the MAC address of the IP, and -c, the MAC address of a client. I'm gonna take the first client and the name of the interface, WLAN 0 mon. Look here. We see how the client was deauthenticated and then re-authenticated back to the network. I've captured the WPA2 handshake successfully. Take a closer look at airdump.ng. We notice at the top WPA handshake. This is the way it tells us we have successfully captured the encrypted password. I'm stopping airdump.ng by pressing Ctrl+C, and if I execute ls, we'll see 2 files in the current working directory. These files contain the WPA2 4-way handshake. That was the second phase of the attack. The last phase consists of the attempt to crack the encrypted password offline. Now, we'll take a short break, and in the next lecture, I'll show you how to do it. In the last lecture, we've learned that not all wireless cards are good for hacking, or even though the card supports monitor mode and packet injection, it cannot be used on Linux that runs in a VM. In this lecture, we'll talk about how to choose the right external USB card and then how to connect that card to Kali in a VM. Wireless cards supporting monitor mode and packet injection permit an ethical or black hat hacker to listen on other Wi-Fi conversations or even inject malicious packets into a network. Most external wireless cards aren't good at doing anything other than what's required to establish a basic Wi-Fi connection. Before buying an external Wi-Fi card that costs between $15 and $50, you have to check if the chipset inside the card is good and if the right Linux drivers are available. If you are in doubt, my advice is to buy the card from a store that accepts returns if that's possible. Note that the brand is different from the chipset. You normally buy a brand like TP-Link, Netgear or Asus and you don't know about the chipset inside it. The most important is the chipset and the drivers for that chipset, not the brand. To make things easier for you, I've created a list with chipsets that are known to support packet injection and mode monitoring. I won't talk about each of them, but only about Athira's AR9271, which is a well-known and supported chipset. The Alpha USB adapter is one of the favorites in the hacking community. It's fast, long range, well supported, and stable. Or a cheaper adapter that uses this chipset is TP-Link. However, check that it uses the Atheros chipset and not another one. Other considerations in selecting an external Wi-Fi adapter aside from the chipset is the frequency on which the adapter operates. While most Wi-Fi devices, including IoT devices, operate on the 2.5 GHz band, many newer devices also offer 5 GHz networks. If 5 GHz is important to you, there are many 5 GHz Wi-Fi cards that support monitor mode and packet injection. An example is Panda Wireless PAU09. This is a very good card that works both with 2.4 and 5 GHz. As a conclusion, before buying an external USB Wi-Fi card, some research is needed. In the next lecture, I'll show you how to connect the external Wi-Fi adapter to Kali Linux in a VM. In this video, I'll show you how to use AirDumpNG, a tool that's included in the AirCrackNG package and is used for IEEE 802.11 frames capturing. It's a reconnaissance tool used also to capture the WPA2 4-way handshake that's needed to crack the Wi-Fi password. All commands should be executed as root. In Kali Linux, the tool is already available, but on other distributions, you can install it by executing apt install AirCrackNG. AirCrackNG is the package that contains AirDumpNG. So apt install AirCrackNG. To see a summary of its options, execute AirDumpNG --help. Every access point in the range sends out about 10 so-called beacon frames per second. These small frames contain a lot of information about the Wi-Fi networks and their clients, like the network name or ESSID, the encryption used, the channel the AP operates on, and many more. So in fact, AirDumpNG performs passive reconnaissance. It listens for beacons and displays the information continuously on the screen. AirDumpNG is used at the beginning of an attack to look out for potential targets. Prior to looking for Wi-Fi networks and clients, you must put your Wi-Fi card into monitor mode. Monitor mode is a special mode that allows your Wi-Fi adapter to listen to every wireless packet in the range. Let's put the adapter into monitor mode. I've explained all of these commands in the last lecture, so I'm gonna just execute them fast. AirmonNG check, AirmonNG check kill, and AirmonNG start WLAN 0, the name of the interface. If your interface has another name, use that name. You can check the name by executing ifconfig. In my case, is WLAN 0. It has created another interface and appended mon to it. So WLAN 0 has become WLAN 0 mon. And to confirm it is in monitor mode, I've executed iwconfig and we see the mode. and we start airdump-ng on WLAN0mon Wi-Fi card. airdump-ng -i and the name of the interface. I'll change the theme to a darker one to see it better. Okay, all the visible access points are listed in the upper part of the screen, and the clients are listed in the lower part of the screen. You cannot see the lower part of the screen because there are so many APs. airdump-ng hops from channel to channel and shows all access points it can receive beacons from. Keep in mind that a Wi-Fi card can operate on a single channel at a moment. airdump-ng has to jump from channel to channel to scan the entire frequency band. The current channel is shown in the top left corner. The AP section shows the following information. BSS ID is the MAC address of the access point. PWR is the signal strength or power. Beacons column displays the number of beacon frames received. The more beacons, the better the signal quality. Data column displays the number of data frames received, and CH is the channel on which the AP operates. MB column displays the speed of AP mode. Then comes ENC, which is the encryption used, and Cipher, the protocol where CCMP is used with WPA2 and means Advanced Encryption Standard. Auth is the authentication type, where for example PSK means pre-shared key. And finally, the last column is the ESSID, which is the network name. Sometimes this can be hidden. Because of the channel hopping, it won't capture all packets from your target network. If we want to listen just on one channel, we use -C and the channel number. I'm stopping it by pressing Ctrl-C and then start it again only on channel 1. So I'm adding -C and 1. Now it's capturing packets only on channel 1. And if you want to capture the frames only from one AP, you add --BSSID option and the MAC address of the AP. Like this. --BSSID, and let's take this one. It's capturing packets only from this network. And if you want to save the capture to a file, you use -W and the name of the file. Let's say dump. In the bottom section, you'll see all clients connected to that particular access point and network. In this case, there's only one client. In the last lecture, we've seen how to capture the encrypted four-way handshake of WPA2 that contains the password of the Wi-Fi network. These are the files that contain the encrypted four-way handshake. Now, we'll go ahead and see how to crack it. Note that it's encrypted with AES, and if the password is a strong one, which means at least 12 random characters, we will not be able to crack it in a reasonable amount of time. All we can do is to launch a dictionary or a hybrid attack on the encrypted password using a word list. There are lots of word lists available online, but I'll use one that's already on Kali. The tool I'm gonna use to crack the password is aircrack-ng. So aircrack-ng, the name of the file that contains the handshake. There are two files, so I'll put a star here. -W and the path to the word list, to the dictionary file. And I'll use one that has come with Metasploit. It's in USR, share, Metasploit framework, data, word lists, and password.lst. And I'm hitting enter. See how it's trying to crack the password. If the password is found, it will be printed on the screen. Remember that the word list is critical. If the one you have chosen is not good, advance to a larger, more complete dictionary file. In this example, I've set up a weak password on purpose so we can crack it easily. And we are waiting a few seconds. Okay, it was cracked and we can see it. The Wi-Fi password is Sunrise View. It has 11 characters, but it's a dictionary word, so it's not a good one. Use only random characters. Note that there could be other layers of encryption used, and if you found the password, it doesn't mean that you can sniff and see all traffic in clear text. If someone uses HTTPS or SSH, the traffic will be encrypted by those protocols as well. In this lecture, we've used AirCrack, but another excellent piece of software that I want you to be aware of is Cowpatty, which seems a little bit faster and can implement an accelerated dictionary or hybrid attack against WPA2 networks using pre-shared key-based authentication. On Kali, you install it by simply executing apt install Cowpatty. Check that you have a running internet connection before executing this command. If you have only one connection to the internet using the Wi-Fi card and it's put in monitor mode, it won't work. So put the card back into managed mode and then run this command. That was the classical approach to cracking WPA2. Note that it has two downsides. The first is that someone is required to be connected to the network to attack it. The network password might be weak and very easy to crack, but without a device connected to kick off briefly, there is no opportunity to capture the four-way handshake, thus no chance to try cracking it. The second downside of this tactic involves actively sending packets. This is in fact a denial of service attack that can cause legal problems. There is also another new method available to crack WPA2 that doesn't require a connected device to the network you want to attack. The process consists of obtaining a single EA-POL frame to capture the needed information to attempt a brute force attack. This attack can be launched using BetterCap, which is presented in detail in this course, or using Hashcat. I'll attach some resources to this lecture if you want to go deeper into it. As a positive conclusion of this lecture, we can say that as long as we have a very strong passphrase, WPA2 is extremely secure and we don't have to worry too much. Let's suppose you have bought the right external USB Wi-Fi adapter. Now you want to connect and use it on Kali Linux that runs in VirtualBox. To use USB devices in VirtualBox, you need to install VirtualBox extension pack on your host operating system. This is VirtualBox extension pack. I'm downloading it and running it. Remember that it should be installed on the host, not guest OS. After installing the extension pack, you select the VM, in this case Kali, go to Settings, then USB, and click on Add USB filter. In the list, you select the USB Wi-Fi adapter and OK. Now the guest OS, in this case Kali, can access and use the external USB Wi-Fi adapter. I'm starting Kali. And I'm logging in. See how it passively discovered all Wi-Fi networks in the range. If the chipset supports the monitor mode and packet injection, you can start hacking Wi-Fi networks. Of course, from an ethical point, like audit the security of your own Wi-Fi network. One last remark. If the host operating system runs Linux, so if you have installed VirtualBox on Linux, then you have to add the user that starts VirtualBox to vbox users group. The commands that put the card into monitor mode will be presented in the following lecture in this section. Hello everybody and welcome back. In this lecture, I'm gonna show you how to filter traffic by TCP or UDP ports. This is a very common task when developing a firewall. You can match by a single port using the match option --d port, which comes from destination port, or --s port, which comes from source port. It's mandatory to specify TCP or UDP protocol using -p match option, otherwise you'll get an error. Keep in mind that there are ports in the packet header only if the protocol is TCP or UDP. Other protocols, like for example ICMP, do not use ports at all. In this example, we are dropping incoming SSH packets. It's incoming traffic because the chain is input, the protocol is TCP, and the destination port is the standard SSH port. We assume that there is an SSH server that is listening on port 22. If we want to match by multiple ports, we can write more iptables rules, one rule for each port, or we can use another option which is -m multiport. There are two other options, --s ports to match by source ports and --d ports to match by destination ports. After that match option are coming the ports separated by commas. Let's take a look at this example. We are accepting outgoing traffic, it's the output chain, to port 80 or 443. This means traffic destined to HTTP or HTTPS servers. Perfect. Let's go to a terminal and see some live examples. From Linux 2, I want to see what ports are open on Linux 1. In order to check what ports are open, I'll use Nmap, which is by the way a great port scanner. Nmap and the IP address of the other Linux machine, 192.168.0.10. After a few seconds, Nmap will show us what ports are open on Linux 1. As you can see, there are 4 ports open. 22 for SSH, 25 for SMTP, 80 for HTTP, and 443 for HTTPS. I've flashed all the rules, so at this moment it's an open firewall and all traffic is accepted. This is the state where I'm starting from in each example I'll show you. There is no rule and the default policy is set to accept. And I want to drop incoming traffic to port 25. iptables -a input x incoming traffic -p TCP -d port 25 -j drop. And I am listing the firewall again. We can see the rule here, and there are no packets matched. I'm scanning Linux 1 again from Linux 2 using nmap. I'm executing the same command again. And we notice that port 25 is now filtered. By the way, do you know what is the difference between a filtered and a closed port? A filtered port is in fact an open port, but there is a firewall that's dropping traffic to that open port, and we are receiving no traffic back when sending a packet to that port. In this case, port 25 is open on Linux 1, so there is a process that's listening on that port, but it appears filtered to Linux 2 because packets are dropped. On the other hand, a closed port is a port on which no application is listening. If we send a packet to a closed port, we receive a packet back indicating that the port is closed. That's a TCP packet with the reset flag set. For example, port 55 is closed. So as a conclusion, a filtered port is an open port that doesn't respond back because a firewall is dropping the packets, and a closed port is a port where no application is listening and it responds back with a TCP reset packet indicating that it's closed. Now on Linux 1, if I list the firewall, I'll see some matched packets. There are 2 matched packets. Let's try other examples. I want to block all incoming traffic to port 80. Let's check if port 80 is open, closed, or filtered. And it's open. I'm gonna create a new firewall rule that will block all incoming traffic to port 80. In fact, it's the same rule, just that instead of port 25, I have port 80. I'm listing the firewall. There is no matched packet, and if I scan it again, we see that the port is filtered and there are matched packets. There are 3 matched packets. Let's move on and see another example, which is a very common and useful one. We suppose there is a Linux server and a management station, and we want to allow only the management station to connect to the Linux server using SSH. Or, in other words, we allow a single source IP address to connect to Linux 1 using SSH. In this example, it will be the IP address of the Windows recording machine. All other source IP addresses will be denied. Let's check what is the IP address of this Windows machine. I'm running ipconfig, and we see that the IP address is 192.168.0.112. Okay. For this task, I'm gonna create a bash script, write the rules inside the script, and then execute the script. It's easier to manage the firewall this way. The first line of my script is the shebang and indicates that this script will be run by the bash shell by default. First, I flush the filter table of all chains because maybe I'll run the script many times and I don't want the rules to be appended each time I run the script. iptables -f. We've already discussed about this in a previous lecture. And the first iptables rule will permit SSH traffic from that specific IP address. iptables -a input -p TCP minus D port 22 minus S and the IP address of my Windows machine. Minus J, accept. This rule is accepting the traffic that is coming from the Windows machine. Now you can imagine that we still need something that will drop SSH traffic that is coming from other source IP addresses. There are two possibilities. If the default policy for the input chain is set to drop, it means that the traffic that is not matched by any rule will be dropped by the policy. In this case, we don't need to write another IP tables rule. But if the policy is set to accept, then we mandatorily need a second rule that drops all incoming SSH traffic that was not accepted till that point. In this example, I said nothing about the policy, so I'll write that second rule. IP tables minus A input minus P TCP minus D port 22 minus J drop. I don't specify the source IP address, and that means any IP address. If you want to specify an IP address, you can simply write minus S 0/0. It's the same. Perfect. That should be enough. Let's save the script and make it executable. Before running the script, I want to check that port 22 is open. So I'm scanning it using nmap from Linux 2. It's open. Now I'm running the script. Let's scan the port again. And the port is filtered. The firewall is dropping the packets that are not coming from the allowed IP address. Linux 2 doesn't have the permitted IP address. If we list the firewall, we see there are dropped packets. From Windows, I am opening PuTTY and trying to connect to Linux 1. I'm writing the IP address of Linux 1. And open. And we see that the port is open. Packets are permitted through the firewall. There are 18 packets accepted by the first rule. In the last example of this lecture, I'll show you how to match by multiple ports in a single IP tables rule using -m multiport match option. I'll try to block the access to port 80 and 443. I'll write the IP tables rules inside the same script. IP tables -a input -ptcp -m multiport -d ports 80, 443 -j drop. Take care that there is an S at the end. So D ports, not D port. And I'm saving the script. Before running it, I'll check the state of those two ports. Port 80 and 443. And they are open. I'm running the script and then scanning the ports again. Okay, the host is not responding at all, and nmap thinks that it's not up. I'll add -p, an uppercase P, and 0 to avoid probing the server using pings. Now it says that the ports are filtered, exactly what we've expected. There are 8 matched packets by the rule. In this lecture, we'll talk about the iptables command. iptables is the user space component used to configure netfilter, the kernel framework that does the actual filtering. It's said that iptables belongs to user space and netfilter belongs to kernel space. So we can interact with netfilter using the iptables command. There are also some graphical frontends for netfilter that allow us to create rules. However, they lack the flexibility of using a command line, and Linux professionals rely heavily on the iptables command, which has many options. It is also important to know that iptables can be run only by root. Let's move on and see what is the general syntax of iptables. After the iptables command comes the table name. The table name indicates the netfilter table on which the command operates. By default, it's the filter table. Command or option indicates the operation we perform on a chain of that table. Either long or short options are allowed. For example, we append a rule to the end of the chain, we insert a rule on a specific position, we flush all the rules of a specific chain and table, or we simply print out all the rules of a chain. Each rule has a matching and an action component. The matching part of a rule specifies the criteria that a packet must meet in order for the associated action or target to be executed. A match is something that specifies a special condition within the packet that must be true or false, and a single rule can contain several matches, and the entire rule condition is true if all the matches are true. For example, we may want to match packets that come from a specific host or network and are going to some ports on our system. If any of these matches fails, for example, the source address isn't correct, but everything else is true, the whole rule fails and the next rule is tested on the packet. But if all matches are true, the target specified by the rule is applied. Then comes -j and the target. The target specifies what action is taken on packets matching the criteria of the rule. Examples of targets are drop, accept, log, or masquerade. We'll dive deeper into targets in a dedicated section. Enough talking, let's go to a terminal and write some real iptables rules. Before starting writing rules, don't forget that only root can run the iptables command. You need root access in order to configure netfilter or run the iptables command. If you try to run the iptables command as a non-root user, you'll get a permission denied error. I've executed the iptables command as a non-root user, and I've got a permission denied error. It says very clear that I must be root. And I'm becoming root by running sudo su. Now I'm root. Let's run the same command as root. Okay, there is no error. By the way, the command lists the filter table, which is the default for input, output, and forward chains. If you want to see the rules from other tables, you should specify the table using -t option like this, iptables -tnet -l. It has displayed the chains of the net table. Okay. In the next example, I want to add a rule to filter table and input chain that drops incoming ping packets. First, I'm checking that ping is working. Ping and the IP address of Linux 1. This is another Linux host and its host name is Linux 2. So ping and the IP address of the other Linux operating system. X10 at the end. Ping is working. And now the rule. IP tables. I'm adding the rule to the filter table, filter. -A, I am appending the rule to the input chain. And the matches. The protocol is ICMP, --ICMP type. I'm matching on the ICMP type. Echo. There are more messages in the ICMP protocol and I am dropping only echo or echo request packets. -J drop. Ping is still working and I'm hitting enter. Okay, it wants echo request, not echo. Perfect. And we notice how ping stopped. Let's list the contents of the firewall. IP tables -L or IP tables -VNL. I want to see more information. And there are 30 packets matched by the rule. The same rule could be applied without -T filter option. The filter table is the default. It's the same. Let's try another rule. I want to deny access from this Linux host to a specific website, let's say www.ubuntu.com. Let's think about this requirement and split the rule in more parts. What table are we using? And the answer is filter because we are filtering traffic. We are not doing net or something else. So IP tables -T filter. What IP tables command or option are we gonna specify? And the answer is -A from append. We are gonna append a new rule to the table. What chain will be used to match the packets? This is outgoing traffic and it always means output. And now come the matches. What matches are required for this kind of traffic? So this is TCP traffic -P from protocol TCP --D port 80. The traffic is going to port 80 and -D, the destination IP address www.ubuntu.com. And what target or action we perform on the matched packets. And of course, it's drop. -J drop. J means to jump to the specific target or do the following action when the packet matches against this rule. Targets are always written in uppercase letters. Before hitting enter, I want to check that the web page is loading. And the page is loading. We notice here that it uses HTTPS and that means port 443. So I'm hitting enter and I'm adding another rule that drops packets to port 443. So in fact these two rules will block traffic to port 80 or port 443. Let's reload the page. And we notice that the page is not loading anymore. If we list the firewall using -L option and VN. Okay, we see the IP tables rules and a lot of matched packets on the output chain. All these IP addresses are of www.ubuntu.com and have been obtained from the DNS server. And we see a lot of matched or dropped packets. Another option is -L. -L lists all rules in the selected chain and the specified table. If no chain is given, all chains are listed. For example, IP tables -L lists all rules in the filter table and all its chains, input, output, and forward. It's common to use -L option together with N from numeric and V from verbose like this. We'll talk more about -L in another lecture where we'll dive deeper into listing the Linux firewall. -F means flush the selected chain or all the chains in the table if none is given. This is equivalent to deleting all the rules one by one. For example, if I want to flush the input chain, I can simply execute IP tables -F input. Now, when I'm listing the chains, I can see that there is no rules on the input chain. They have been flushed. If I don't specify the chain, it will flush all chains from that table, and by default, it's the filter table. It has flushed all the chains of filter table. Now, I'm flushing all the chains of the net table. We'll discuss more about -F in a subsequent chapter. -Z means zero the packet and byte counters in all the chains or only in the given chain. Let me show you an example. I'll add a rule to the output chain that accepts SSH outgoing traffic or traffic to a remote SSH server, this Linux being the SSH client. IP tables -A output -P TCP -D port 22. The packets are going to port 22 -J accept. And I'm connecting to a remote SSH server just to have some matched packets. Okay, I am pressing Ctrl+C. I don't want to connect to that server. I just wanted some matched packets. When I list the firewall, we see that there are 9 matched packets, or 1925 bytes. IP tables -Z will reset packet and byte counters. We see that the number of packets and bytes matched by the rule have been reset. -N creates a new user-defined chain by the given name. We can create user-defined chains simply by writing IP tables -N and the name of the new user-defined or custom chain. IP tables -N, my chain. When running IP tables -VNL, we see all the chains, including the custom chain I've just created. Now to delete that chain, I use -X option, IP tables -X, my chain. I don't go deeper into user-defined chains at this moment. We'll have an entire section on this later in the course. And finally, -P sets the default policy for the built-in chains input, output, and forward. The default policy specifies what happens to packets that are not matched by any rule and can be either accept or drop. The default policy is set to accept. We can change the default policy using iptables -p, the name of the chain, and then input or drop. For example, I'm setting the drop policy for the forward chain. iptables -p, the name of the chain forward, and the policy drop. This means that each packet that is not accepted by a rule will be dropped. We'll have a dedicated lecture on policies. And the last option we take a look at in this lecture is -d. It deletes one or more rules from the selected chain. We don't use this option too much because we often write all the rules in a script and then run the script. If we want to delete or modify a rule, we simply modify the script and run it again. But if you want to use the -d option to delete an iptables rule, you just have to specify the line number you want to delete like this. There are rules loaded into memory, and I'll list the filter table to see the rules. Let's delete this rule, which is the second rule of the output chain. So I write iptables -d output and 2, where 2 means the second line. And now when I list the filter table of input, output and forward chains, we notice that the rule has been deleted. Okay, these are the most important iptables commands, options or flags. Thank you. Hello guys, in this video I'll cover the log target. We've seen a lot of terminating targets like accept, drop or reject. We'll shift our focus to a commonly used non-terminating target named log. If a packet is matched against a rule with the log target, the packet headers are logged, and then the packet continues to traverse the chain rules until it is accepted, dropped, or rejected by a rule or by the default policy. Log target is specially designed for logging detailed information about packet headers. It does this via the kernel logging facility. This information can then be read directly with dmessage or from the syslog daemon logs. Note as well that it could be a really great idea to use the log target instead of drop while you are testing a rule and you are not 100% sure about it on a production firewall. A syntax error in the rule sets could cause severe connectivity problems for your users. The log target takes two options that could be of interest: -log-level and -log-prefix. Log level indicates the priority or severity of the logged message, and the log prefix tells iptables to prefix all log messages with a specific prefix or string, which can then be combined with grep to track specific problems and output from different rules. Let's see an example in our testing environment. I want to log and then drop the first packet of any incoming SSH connection, the packet that establishes a new connection, by initializing the TCP three-way handshake. That's the packet that has the SYN flag set. iptables -a input -p TCP -d port 22 -SYN. That's the first packet of the connection -j log. And -log-prefix equals, between double quotes, incoming SSH traffic. And the other option, -log-level info. Log target is a non-terminating target, and that means that the matched packet continues to traverse the chain. My second rule will drop the packet iptables minus A, input minus ptcp, minus minus dport 22 minus j drop. From Linux 2, I'll try to connect using SSH to Linux 1. The connection is not working because the packet that initializes the connection is locked and then dropped. On the firewall, I'll execute dmessage to see the kernel logs. These are the kernel logs. Among these logs, we notice the logged packets. We see the log prefix, which is the string incoming SSH traffic. There are a lot of messages, so it could be a good idea to select only the messages we are interested in, and we can do that by using a pipe and the grep command. The message, pipe, grep, and I want to see only the lines that contain incoming SSH traffic. SSH traffic is enough. And we are seeing only those rules. If I want, I can also redirect these lines to a text file for later inspection. I'm using the output redirection. ssh.txt and cut ssh.txt. We see the logs in the file. The message is only displaying a buffer in the RAM memory. If you want to see the logs after the computer restarts or at a later moment, you should read from a specific log file. Based on the Linux distribution you are using, the logs are saved in a specific file on your file system. On Ubuntu, the kernel logs are saved in /var/log/kern.log. Let's see the file using the tail command. Tail -f var log kern.log. -f option means that it will display the tail of the file in real time as data is appended to the file. By the way, tail is displaying the last 10 lines by default. I'm connecting to port 22 on Linux 1 again. And we notice how the contents of the log file is updated in real time. Note that the log target doesn't save the packet contents. It only saves the packet headers. If you want to save the packet contents, you should use a packet sniffer like tcpdump or Wireshark. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we'll talk about iptables options, flags or switches. These options specify the desired action to perform, and only one of them can be specified on the command line unless otherwise stated. Also note that all of these options are written in uppercase letters. Let's see what options are available. -a means append the rule to the end of the selected chain. Let's look at an example. I'll append a rule to the output chain that drops incoming traffic to port 25, so SMTP traffic. iptables, it's not necessary to specify the table, it's by default the filter table, so I don't write -t filter. I could write if I want, -a, the name of the chain, input, -ptcp, it's TCP traffic, -d port 25, the packets are going to port 25, -j drop. Before hitting the enter key, I want to test that port 25 is open. From another Linux machine, I'll scan that port. And I'm gonna use nmap. Nmap -p the port 25 and the IP address of the Linux machine that I'm scanning. By the way, you could simply install nmap by writing apt-get install nmap. And we notice that port 25 is open. And I'm adding the IP tables rule. I'm scanning the port again. And the port is filtered. This IP tables rule has dropped the packets to port 25. Let's add another rule that blocks incoming traffic to port 80. IP tables -a input -p TCP -d port 80 -j drop. And I'm also installing a web server to test it right. It's very easy to install a web server on Ubuntu. I'm installing the Apache web server. From the other Linux operating system, I'm gonna scan port 80. The port is filtered, and if I list the firewall, I'll see a lot of matched and dropped packets. Each rule has dropped 2 packets. Another important option is -i. -i inserts one or more rules in the selected chain on a specific position or on top or position 1 if no position is given. Let's look at an example. I want to drop incoming traffic to port UDP 69, which is TFTP, Trivial File Transfer Protocol. Instead of -a, I'll use -i. The chain is input -p, the protocol is UDP, and the destination port is 69. -j drop. Now I'm listing the firewall. We see that the last rule has been added on top of the input chain. Now that rule is the first rule in the chain, and this is very important because rules are traversed in order. If I want to add a rule on a specific position, for example a rule on the second position, I can simply specify the position after the name of the chain. Like this. I'll insert this rule on position 3, on the third position. And the rule is on the third position. Let's suppose I've changed my mind and I want to accept all traffic to port 80. Remember that I've already added a rule that drops traffic to port 80. I'm running the same iptables command, just that instead -a, I'll use -i. Okay, this is the rule. I'm using -i. And instead of drop, I'm using accept. Instead of appending the rule to the end of the chain, the rule will be added on top of the chain on first position. We see the rule on first position on input chain. Pause the video for 30 seconds and think about what will happen. Will the traffic to port 80 be dropped or accepted? Let's test it using the browser from another machine. I'm writing the IP address of Linux 1. And we see that the port is open. We could connect to port 80 and the page loaded successfully. When I've added the rule using -I, the rule became the first rule in the chain, and rules are traversed in order, top to bottom. When a packet is arriving to port 80, the first rule matches the packet and accepts it. Accept is a terminating target, and that means that the packet is accepted and no other rule will check the packet. So in fact here, the rule that drops incoming packets to port 80 will never be evaluated. That's why the packets were accepted, and this is an example of why the order of the rules is so important. Until this point in the course, we've written all the iptables rules directly at console and they were loaded into RAM. If we have a firewall with many rules, it's much easier to write all these rules in a script, make that script executable, and then run it. But if we just want a simple rule that drops the traffic from a specific IP address or allows a specific service to communicate with the outside world, we can simply write that rule at the Linux terminal. Let's see some live examples. If I want to write an iptables rule at the Linux terminal, I simply write the rule as root iptables -a input -p icmp -j drop. That's all. The rule drops all incoming ICMP traffic to this Linux machine. It's important to note that iptables rules written at the terminal are not saved after the system is restarted. If you reboot the system, you will lose all the rules. And you say, okay, but do I have to write all the rules each time the computer starts? Of course you don't. If you want your iptables rules to persist after the system restarts, you write them in a shell script, make that script executable, and configure the script to be run automatically at boot time. Let's go to work and see how we create a script with iptables rules and then run the script. Remember that a script is just a text file that contains shell commands. I'm gonna create the script using my preferred text editor, which is VI. In your case, if you haven't used VI before, try a simple editor like Nano, Pico, or even Notepad. VI is a very good and efficient editor, but it's not the easiest one to use in Linux. The name of the script will be firewall1.sh. The first line of the script will look like this: a hash sign, an exclamation mark, and the path to bash. This is called shebang, and it tells the shell what program to interpret the script with when executing it. In this example, the script is to be interpreted and run by the bash shell. If you write another script, let's say a Python script, you write here the path to the Python interpreter. The most common option is using bash. And inside the file, I'll simply write some iptables rules. For example, I'll write a rule that drops all incoming SSH traffic, so traffic to port 22, and two another rules that drop outgoing traffic to port 80 and 443, so HTTP and HTTPS traffic. And the first rule, iptables -a input -ptcp -d port 22 -j drop. It drops incoming traffic to port 22. And two rules that drop outgoing HTTP and HTTPS traffic. IP tables minus A output x outgoing traffic minus PTCP minus D port 80 minus J drop, and another rule for HTTPS. IP tables minus A output minus PTCP minus D port 443 minus J drop. Okay, here X output. I'm saving the script, make it executable, and then run it. And we see the rules. The rule that drops incoming SSH traffic and the rules that drop outgoing HTTP and HTTPS traffic. One important thing to know is that if I run the script using its name like firewall1.sh, so without a dot, which is the current working directory, and a /, I get an error, command not found. This happens because the current working directory doesn't belong to the Linux path, so the shell doesn't look for the script inside the current directory. It's looking for commands only in these directories. Here is where the shell is looking for commands. So you have either to add the current working directory to path or run the script using ./ and the name of the script. In fact, it says take the script from the current working directory, which is dot, and run it. Now suppose we want to change something in our script. For example, I don't want to block outgoing HTTPS traffic anymore. The logical thing to do is to open the script, replace that line, save the script, and run it again. In this example, I've executed the script again. If we list the firewall IP tables minus VNL, we see that there are more rules that we have expected. There are only 3 rules in the script, but more rules in the RAM memory. In fact, each rule seems doubled. To make this point clearer, I'll execute the script again. Now, there are even more rules in the RAM memory. Something is wrong. What could it be? Each time I've executed the script, the rules from the script, so those 3 rules, have been appended to the IP tables chains. I ran the script 3 times, so I have 9 rules. And this is not what we want as a result. When I run the firewall script, I expect that only those rules from the script are loaded. How do we do it? A good practice is to add at the beginning of the script IP tables minus F. This will flush all the chains of the filter table and start with a new fresh firewall. I am opening the file, and at the beginning I am adding IP tables minus F. This will flush all the chains. I'm saving the file and running it again. And we notice that only the rules from the script have been loaded. All other rules have been flushed. An important remark is that if you have rules also on other chains and tables, like say rules for doing net, you should also flush those tables and chains. Let's see what it's all about. I'm adding a rule that will perform as net. It will translate the private IP addresses from network 10.0.0.0/8 to the public IP of this Linux machine. In this case, it's a router. IP tables minus tnet it's mandatory to specify the table minus A post routing minus S, the IP addresses that will be translated, X an entire network, minus O, the outgoing interface, minus J, S net, and to source, and I'll write a random IP address. I suppose this is the public IP. Don't focus on net, we'll have an entire section on this. I'm saving the script and then run it. And I'll run it many times. When I am listing the net filter, we see there are many rules. There are 4 rules, not one like in my script. It appended the rule to post routing chain and not filter each time I've executed the script. This issue will be solved by also flashing the net table at the beginning of the firewall script. Here, at the beginning, I write IP tables minus tnet minus f. I'm saving the script and running it again. I can run it as many times as I want. There will be a single net rule, the rule from the script, IP tables minus tnet minus vnl. And there is only one rule. Okay, that's all, thank you. As a sysadmin, you may be asked to control access to a couple of services based upon day and time. For example, the company intranet server should only be available from Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. In this lecture, I'll show you how to filter traffic based on the date and time the packet is received, generated, or routed. There is the -m time match that is very flexible and has many options like date start, date stop, time start, time stop, month days, and week days. You can see all options by running IP tables -m time -help. These are all options of -m time match. Note that by default, NetFilter uses UTC and not the system time. On my computer, it's East European time, which means UTC +2. So the UTC hour is 14, not 16. The -- kernel TZ option makes NetFilter use the system time instead of UTC time. But pay attention, I've seen different Linux distributions that used only UTC even though kernel TZ option was given. Let's move to a terminal and take a look at some examples. In the first example, I want to permit SSH traffic only between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on weekdays, and in the second example, I want to allow access to a specific website only after working hours. We suppose this machine is the router. I'll create a script and write all IP tables rules in that script. First, we flash all chains because we'll execute the script many times and don't want the rules to be added each time we execute the script. We want to permit incoming SSH traffic only between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. or 16 on weekdays. So IP tables -a input -p TCP -d port 22. This is SSH traffic -m time minus minus time start 10 colon 0 0 and minus minus time stop 16 colon 0 0 minus j accept. Use 24 hours format when writing the time. And another rule that drops packets if time is not between that time interval. This is necessary only if the policy is set to accept. In fact, it's the same rule, but without the minus m time match. This is the second rule. And of course the target is drop. The rule on line number 6 will drop packets that haven't been accepted by the rule on line 5. I'm saving the script, then make it executable and run it. From the other Linux host, I'll connect to the firewall using SSH. And SSH is working. Packets are permitted. I'm listing the firewall. And we notice that 13 packets have been accepted by this rule. We are in that time interval. Look how it used UTC and not East European time. So in fact it's 14, not 16. To test it properly, I'll change the time when the rule that accepts the traffic is active. Let's say that the traffic will be permitted only between 3 and 5 a.m. 3 and time stop is 5. This is AM time. I'm saving it and then run it again. From Linux 2, I'll try to connect using SSH to Linux 1. And it's not working. The rule that accepts SSH traffic is not active at this time. It's active only between 3 and 5 UTC. We notice 5 dropped packets by the second rule. Let's move on to the second task. We want to allow access to a specific website, let's say www.ubuntu.com, only after working hours. This machine is the router, and this is routed traffic, and that means the forward chain. In the same script, I'll add a rule to forward chain that matches HTTPS traffic to www.ubuntu.com. IP tables -a forward, -p TCP, -d port 443, this is HTTPS, -d www.ubuntu.com. And now matches related to time, -m time, minus time start 18, this means 6 p.m. UTC, minus time stop 8:00, -j accept. And the rule that drops outgoing HTTPS traffic to www.ubuntu.com. This is the traffic that hasn't been accepted by the first rule. This is the second rule, and it has the drop target. If the destination IP address is that of the domain www.ubuntu.com and time is between 18 and 8, the packet will be accepted. Otherwise, it will be dropped by the rule on line 10. I'm saving the script and running it. We notice the rules that accept packets destined to the IP addresses of www.ubuntu.com between 18 and 8 UTC, and the rules that are dropping the traffic to the same domain name or the same IP addresses if the time is not in that interval. In this section, we'll start a series of lectures about IP tables basic matches, which are also the most used ones. As I've already told you, each IP tables rule has a matching component and an action component. IP tables rules can be constructed to match traffic by protocol type, destination or source address, destination or source network, destination or source port, input or output interface, header fields, or connection state, among other criteria, and these can be combined to create very complex rules. In this lecture, we'll take a look at how to filter traffic based on source or destination IP or network address. We can match packets by source IP address or by source network address using -s or --source match option. Address can be either a single IP address like 192.168.0.1, a network IP address with a /mask specification like 10.0.0.0/8, or a domain name like www.linux.com. Please note that specifying any name will be resolved with a DNS query, and this is not always a good idea. Let's take a look at some examples. I want to drop all incoming traffic from Linux 2, which has the IP address of 192.168.0.20, okay, from this Linux machine to Linux 1, to the firewall. And I write IP tables -a input. I am using the input chain because it's incoming traffic, -s, this means the source IP address, and the IP address of Linux 2, of the other machine, 192.168.0.20, -j, and the action, drop. Before hitting enter, I'll ping Linux 1 from Linux 2. Ping is working, and I am hitting the enter key. And ping stopped. If I list the firewall, I see that there are 8 matched and dropped packets. If we want to drop by destination IP address, we use -d or --destination instead of -s when writing the IP tables rule. In the next example, I'll write a rule that drops outgoing traffic to an entire network like 8.0.0.0/8 to this network. At this moment, I can communicate with that network. It's working. And IP tables -a output, it's outgoing traffic, so I am using the output chain, -d, and the destination network address, 8.0.0.0/8. -j, drop. Now, ping is not working. And if I list the firewall, I'll see a lot of matched packets. There are 2 dropped packets. So this rule drops any packets destined to an IP address that starts with 8 or its first byte is 8. Perfect. Let's continue on and see another example. I want to completely deny access from this Linux machine to a website like, say, www.ubuntu.com. For this task, there are more possibilities. The first one is to find the IP address or the IP addresses, if there are more, of www.ubuntu.com and then drop all the packets that are going to those addresses. You can find the IP address of a website using either nslookup or dig. nslookup www.ubuntu.com. And we see the IP addresses of www.ubuntu.com. And dig www.ubuntu.com. These are the IP addresses of that website. Keep in mind that nslookup works both on Windows and Linux, but dig is a Linux-only command and has more options available. We notice that there are 6 IP addresses for this domain. If we want to deny access to the website, we must write 6 IP tables rules, and each rule will drop one IP address. I'll write just an IP tables rule as an example. IP tables minus A output. This is outgoing traffic minus D, and I'll take an IP address from this list. Let's say the first one. Minus J drop. Of course, at this moment, the access to the website is not denied because there are still 5 IP addresses that are permitted. The second possibility is to use the domain name in the IP tables rule. It will automatically query the system DNS server for the IP addresses and add a rule for each IP address. IP tables minus A output minus D www.ubuntu.com minus J drop. And IP tables minus VNL. I am listing the firewall. And we notice that there are 6 rules, one rule for each IP address, that drop the outgoing traffic to those IPs. If I open up a browser window and try to connect to www.ubuntu.com, it won't work. The website is not loading. Notice that when dropping traffic based on source or destination IP address and you use a domain name instead of an IP address, at the end, IP tables still uses IP addresses and not the domain name. I've used a domain name, but IP tables uses IP addresses. This requires access to a DNS server, and that means other IP tables rules that allow DNS traffic. Pay attention, especially when using the drop policy. It may be the case when you cannot permit or deny traffic to or from an IP address because you have specified the domain name, but the DNS traffic that resolves the domain name is not permitted. Also note that it's not a good idea to accept or drop traffic to a very big website like google.com or facebook.com this way. Domains like google.com have tens or hundreds of IP addresses, and the DNS response will contain only a few of them. You should use an application firewall like Squid instead of IP tables. At the end of this lecture, I just want to tell you that if you see the address 0/0, it means any IP address with any network mask. For example, I accept all outgoing HTTPS traffic and I write IP tables minus A output minus PTCP minus D port 443, this is HTTPS traffic, minus D, and now the destination IP address. And I write 0/0. It means any IP address with any mask. Minus J accept. Okay, that's all about matching by source or destination IP address. Thank you. Welcome back. This lecture will be about policy. Traffic filtering is done in the filter table of the input chain for incoming traffic, of the output chain for outgoing traffic, and of the forward chain for routed traffic. Rules are added to chains and tables and traversed in order from top to bottom by the packets. Each packet is then checked against each rule in turn, starting at the top. If it matches the rule, then an action is taken, such as accepting or dropping the packet. Once a rule has been matched and an action taken, the packet is processed according to the target of that rule and isn't processed by further rules in the chain. Now, if a packet passes down through all the rules in the chain and reaches the bottom without being matched against any rule, then the default policy for that chain is applied. The default action is referred to as the default policy and may be set to either accept or drop. The concept of default policies raises two possibilities that we must consider before deciding how we are going to organize the firewall. So when organizing our firewall, we should have the following options in mind. We can set the default policy to drop all packets and then add rules to specifically allow packets that may be from trusted IP addresses or for certain ports on which we have services running like FTP, web, email, and so on. Or the second possibility, we can set the default policy to accept all packets and then add rules to specifically block or drop packets that may be from specific IP addresses or ranges or for certain ports on which we have private services. Generally, the first option is used at least for the input chain and is considered more secure. By default, policy is set to accept any packet that hasn't been dropped by any rule. Policy can be changed for chains that have the filter table and they are input, output, and forward. We cannot change the policy for pre-routing or post-routing chains. Let's take a look at some examples. We can check the policy by listing the firewall IP tables minus VNL. This is the default firewall for a Linux operating system. We see the default policy is accept for input, output, and forward chains. Note that there is no rule in the chains, so all traffic is permitted. Now, I'll continuously ping this Linux and also check the SSH connection. Ping and the IP address of Linux 1. Ping is working. And now SSH. SSH is working too. Both incoming ping and SSH are working. Now if I set the policy to drop on input chain, all the traffic will be dropped. There is no rule that accepts traffic, so all traffic is dropped. IP tables minus P, an uppercase P, input drop. This is how we set the policy. We see that the policy is dropped and it has already dropped 4 packets. Ping has stopped. It doesn't work anymore. Setting the drop policy on input chain without any rule that accepts traffic is like I've logically disconnected the host from the network. Now I'll add a rule that allows incoming SSH traffic. The input chain is incoming traffic, the protocol is TCP, the destination port 22 minus J, the target, is accept. Let's try to connect using SSH again. And it's working. We notice how SSH client can connect to the server again. The SSH traffic is permitted by this rule. But what about ping? Ping is still not working. Ping packets are dropped by the policy. There are 15 packets dropped. Now there are 19 packets, 22 packets, and so on. Ping is continuously sending packets to Linux One. If I want to permit incoming ICMP ping packets, I should add a rule that accepts that traffic. Also note that policy is always at the end of the chain. It's not possible to add rules that match against packets after the policy. At the end of this lecture, I'd like to tell you something important. Take care when changing the policy on remote servers. There is always the possibility to block yourself from accessing the server anymore. First, be sure that you've added a rule that allows your own traffic and only then change the default policy. Keep this in mind. Welcome back. If you want to match packets based on source MAC address, use the -m/MAC match option. Note that you can filter Ethernet or wireless traffic only by source MAC address and not by destination MAC address. This match could be very useful sometimes. Imagine you have a server in your local network and want to allow only a list of trusted machines to access the services that are running on the server. Or you have a NAT router that is running Linux and want only the corporate devices to access the internet. Or in other words, you don't allow devices that are not yours or trusted in your network. Keep in mind that MAC addresses are only valid inside the local area network. The first router towards destination will change the source MAC address of the packet with its own MAC address, the MAC address of its outgoing interface. Also note that you cannot impose a strong security policy based on MAC addresses because MAC addresses can be spoofed easily. When we want to match packets by source MAC address, we use -m/MAC match. In this example, we are dropping any incoming packets, it's the input chain, that are coming on WLAN 0 interface and have that given source MAC address. Let's see two more use cases. The first task is to drop incoming packets that are coming with a specified MAC address, and the second task is to configure the NAT router, which of course is running Linux, to permit the access to the internet only to a list of trusted devices or MAC addresses. Let's do the first task. I'll drop all incoming traffic to Linux One if the source MAC address is that of Linux 2. MAC belongs to layer 2, so if you are dropping by MAC address, you are dropping all protocols like IP, ICMP, TCP, UDP, and so on. First, I want to test that the connection between Linux 2 and Linux 1 is up. Perfect, ping is working. Let's see what is the MAC address of Linux 2. This is the MAC address and I'll copy it to the clipboard. And on Linux 2, I'll write the iptables rule. iptables minus a input, x incoming traffic, minus m MAC, minus MAC minus source, and I'll paste the MAC address. Minus j drop. Let's ping this host again. We notice that ping is not working anymore. I am stopping the ping command. Back on Linux 1, let's list the firewall. And we see a lot of matched and dropped packets. All packets that have this source MAC address will be dropped. Let's move on and do the second task. I'm gonna create a script and write there all the necessary iptables rules. As in all other examples, at the beginning of the script, I am flashing the forward chain. Because there could be tens of MAC addresses that I must permit, I'll define a new variable and store those MAC addresses in that variable. So this is the name of my new variable, permitted max equals, and a list of MAC addresses separated by comma. The first MAC address, the second MAC address, the third, and so on. I'll change something at each MAC address to have different addresses. It's good practice to write variables in uppercase letters. Don't use spaces on the left and right side of the equal sign and use white space between addresses. Now, using a for loop, I'll iterate over the list of MAC addresses and run an iptables rule for each MAC in the list. So for MAC, this is a temporary variable in $permitted max. Do and done. Between do and done, we have the for block of code. So iptables minus a forward, remember that we are a router, minus m MAC, minus MAC minus source, $MAC, minus j accept. And I'll print out a message to know what the script is doing. Echo $MAC permitted. And finally, I'll set the policy to drop on the forward chain. So all other packets that were not accepted will be dropped. iptables minus p forward drop. Perfect. I am saving the firewall. Then I'll make it executable and run it. We see how these 4 MAC addresses have been permitted. Only the packets from devices with those MAC addresses can access the internet. This kind of script is useful also for a local server. If you want a LAN server to be accessed only by a list of trusted hosts, you just replace the forward chain by the input chain. When you want to add or to remove a MAC address from the list, you simply remove that address from the list, save the script, and run it again. I have removed 2 addresses. Sorry, I've noticed a small error. Here's the forward chain, not input. Okay, I am saving the script and then run it again. Now, only these 2 MAC addresses are permitted. you see that it's very easy to add or to remove MAC addresses from the list. In the last lecture, we've discussed about stateful firewalls and how do they work. Let's go to the terminal and create a stateful firewall from scratch, which is very good for a desktop operating system. This is the kind of firewall I'm using on my personal laptop, and I can say that I haven't had any problems in years. I'm gonna create a bash script that contains all IP tables rules. At the beginning of the script, I'm flashing the filter table of all chains, IP tables -f. Then I allow loopback traffic. Always allow loopback traffic on input and output chains. IP tables -a input, -i the incoming interface, LO, -j accept. And the same for the output chain. Now we have the outgoing interface, which is LO, -j accept. The loopback traffic is permitted. The rules until this point could be part of any firewall. I'm starting the stateful firewall part. As I said earlier, it's a good idea to drop invalid packets on input and output chains. These are the packets that cannot be identified in any state. IP tables -a input, -m state, -- state, invalid, -j drop. And the same for the output chain. This kind of firewall is very good for a desktop operating system. This means that there are no services running or no one connects to them from the outside. The host communicates to any destination and uses any protocol, so all outgoing traffic is permitted, but only the return traffic is allowed. This means that I should accept on the input chain only the packets that are in the established or related states. This is the return traffic. And on the output chain, I'll allow packets that are in new, established, and related states. It means all traffic, including packets that initialize new connections. IP tables -a input, -m state, -- state, established, related, -j accept. Always write the states in uppercase letters. And the rule for the output chain for outgoing traffic. IP tables -a output, -m state, -- state, and we have new packets that establish new connections, established, and related, -j accept. And finally, I set the policy to drop on input and output chains. All traffic that was not priorly permitted will be dropped. IP tables -p input drop and IP tables -p output drop. That's all. I'm saving the script and then make it executable and run it. Let's test outgoing traffic. Ping 8.8.8.8. And ping is working. Let's test HTTP or HTTPS. HTTPS is working. And I also test SSH. I'm going to connect to Linux 2. And SSH is working. Perfect. Now, let's test new incoming connections. From Linux 2, I'll ping Linux 1. ping and the IP address of Linux 1. And ping is not working. Packets are dropped on the input chain. Let's test SSH. SSH is not working. All packets that initialize new connections are dropped on the input chain. No new incoming connections are allowed, and this is secure. Let's list the firewall. And we see packets dropped by the policy on the input chain. There's also an invalid packet that has been dropped. This is very good, but however, there are cases when we want to allow new incoming connections from a specific IP address or protocol. For example, we want to allow incoming SSH connections only from a management station, so from a given IP address. How could we do that? It's very simple. At the beginning of the script, we add a rule that permits incoming TCP packets which are in the new state if the protocol is SSH and the source IP address the given one. In the same script, somewhere at the beginning, I'll add a new rule. In fact, it doesn't matter where I add the rule, but it's better to be at the beginning because I want to permit the packet fast now after many other rules have been checked. So IP tables -a input -ptcp -d port 22. And now the new state, -m state, -state new, -s the given IP address, the IP address that is allowed, and it's Linux 2. -j accept. I'm saving the script and then test it again. I'm running the script, and from Linux 2, I'll try to connect using SSH to Linux 1. And now SSH is working. Perfect. Let's list the firewall again. And we see there's one packet that has been accepted by the new rule. If you want to completely flush all IP tables rules and reset to an open firewall state, you should set the accept policy on all chains, flush all netfilter tables, and delete all IP tables user-defined chains if there is any. This is useful to use at the beginning of any firewall script in order to flush everything and build it from the ground up. I'm creating a script named delete firewall.sh. The first step is to set the accept policy on all the chains of the filter table. They are input, output, and forward. Forward chain is used only for routed packets, and that means that the Linux machine has also the function of a router. IP tables -p input accept, IP tables -p output accept, and IP tables -p forward accept. The second step is to flush all tables that have rules. IP tables -t filter -f, IP tables -t net -f, IP tables -t mangle -f, and IP tables -t ra, the last table, -f. If the table has no rule, nothing happens. And lastly, delete user-defined chains, if any. This is optionally and needed only if there are user-defined chains. We'll talk about user-defined chains in another lecture. IP tables minus X. If you are using IPset to drop large collections of IP addresses like entire countries, you should also flush and destroy the sets. There will be a dedicated section about IPset later in the course. Okay, that's all. I am saving the script. Then I make it executable and run it. The IP tables firewall has been cleared out and all traffic is permitted. By the way, this is also the default state of a Linux operating system. To write efficient firewall rules, you must deeply understand how a packet traverses the net filter tables and chains. And there are 3 lectures where I explain in depth these concepts. Until that point in the course, to ensure a smooth start in understanding IP tables, let's recap in a nutshell the most used scenarios. Incoming traffic is filtered on the input chain of the filter table. Outgoing traffic is filtered on the output chain of the filter table, and routed traffic is filtered on the forward chain of the filter table in both directions. Then, source network address translation, SNET or masquerade, is performed on the net table of the post-routing chain, and port forwarding or destination network address translation is performed on the net filter of the pre-routing chain. Now, if we want to modify values from the packet's headers, like time to live or type of service, we add rules to the mangle table of the output, pre-routing or post-routing chains. And if we want the packet to skip the connection tracking system, we add rules that match that packet to the route table. Okay, that's how a packet traverses the net filter tables and chains in a nutshell. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this lecture, we'll dive into stateful firewalls. NetFilter has a module called Contract that permits us to inspect and restrict network connections using a method called connection tracking. Connection tracking refers to the ability of maintaining state information about a connection in memory tables. Firewalls that do this are known as stateful and are much more secure than their stateless or packet-based counterpart. The decision to drop or to accept a packet is not taken anymore based on the values in the packet headers, like source or destination IP addresses or ports, but on the relation the packet has with other packets. For a packet, there are the following states defined. A new packet is the first packet of any connection. It's in fact the packet requesting a new connection, such as a TCP packet with the SYN flag set or the first ICMP echo request packet. Packets in the established state are those that are already part of an existing connection. All packets of the connection starting with the second packet and until the last one are in the established state. Related packets are those that are requesting a new connection but are already part of an existing connection, such as FTP data transfer or an ICMP error. In general, it's good practice to accept these packets. An invalid packet is not part of any connection in the connection tracking table. These packets cannot be identified in any state. Generally, it is a good idea to drop everything in this state. And the last state is called untracked and it's not so often used. Briefly, if a packet is marked within the route table with the no track target, then that packet will show up as untracked in the state machine. Note that you can use the stateful functionality of IP tables connection tracking with any network protocol, even though the protocol itself is stateless, such as UDP or ICMP. To match packets based on their state, use -m state, --state, and then a comma-separated values of packets states written in uppercase letters. In this example, we are accepting incoming packets if they are already part of an existing connection. Another rule or the policy of the input chain could drop the first packet of the connection, which is in the new state. This means that the host can connect to any destination using any protocol, but no one is allowed to connect to services running on the host. This was just an introduction to stateful firewalls. In the next lecture, we'll see a real example of how to configure a stateful firewall using IP tables. Hello and welcome. In this course, we'll talk about Linux firewalls. A firewall is a network security system that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. A firewall typically establishes a barrier between a trusted internal network and untrusted external network, such as the internet. Firewalls are an important tool that can be configured to protect your servers and infrastructure. The firewall solution for Linux is called NetFilter. NetFilter is a software firewall, a packet filtering framework inside the Linux kernel. It enables packet filtering, network and port address translation, port forwarding, and packet alteration, which is the process of intentionally altering data in IP packet headers before or after the routing process. NetFilter is the professional and mostly used solution for building firewalls in Linux operating systems. The NetFilter framework is controlled by the iptables command. iptables is a tool that belongs to the user space used to configure NetFilter. It is said that NetFilter belongs to the kernel space and iptables belongs to the user space. Most of the time, NetFilter and iptables are often combined into a single expression, NetFilter iptables. In this course, we won't make a very clear distinction between iptables and NetFilter and simply refer to the entire thing as iptables. Then you should know that every Linux distribution uses NetFilter and iptables, and there is nothing extra, no extra software that should be installed. iptables is already there. You should also know that only root can configure the NetFilter framework or use the iptables command. This was a very short introduction to NetFilter and iptables, and in the next lectures, we'll dive deep into almost every iptables option available. In this lecture, we'll see the accept and drop targets again. It's more like a recap because we've already used them in so many examples. Both accept and drop are terminating targets. If a packet is matched against a rule that has the accept or drop target, the packet is accepted or dropped and will not traverse the chain anymore. Let me show you an example. I want to permit incoming ping packets only from a management station or from a single IP address. Before getting started, I want to explain to you what ping means in case you don't know. Ping is a utility command available in any operating system, and it serves two primary purposes: to check if the destination host is available and to measure the round-trip time for messages sent from the originating host to a destination host that are echoed back to the source. According to Wikipedia, The name ping comes from active sonar terminology that sends a pulse of sound and listens for the echo to detect objects underwater. Ping operates by sending Internet Control Message Protocol or ICMP echo request packets to the target host and waiting for ICMP echo reply packets. So allowing ping means in fact allowing incoming ICMP echo request packets and outgoing ICMP echo reply packets. Let's see its help. IP tables minus p ICMP, the protocol is ICMP minus minus help. We notice that we specify the type of ICMP packet using minus minus ICMP minus type, and these are all available ICMP types. Among them, we see echo reply and echo request. In this example, I'll write IP tables rules only for the input chain, so for incoming traffic, but you can write IP tables rules for the output chains as well. So the first rule will allow incoming ICMP packets of type echo request if the source IP address is that of the management host. In this example, I'll consider the management host as being the Windows recording machine, which has the IP address 192.168.0.112. IP tables minus A input minus P ICMP minus minus ICMP minus type echo minus request minus S 192.168.0.112 minus J accept. And the second rule that will drop all incoming ICMP echo request packets if the source address is another host, not the management station. So IP tables minus A input minus PICMP minus minus ICMP minus type echo request minus J drop. In fact, it's the same rule without the minus S option, so without the source IP address. Let's test it. If a packet with the source IP address 192.168.0.112 is coming, it will be accepted by the first rule. Being a terminating target, the packet will not be evaluated by the second rule, which of course would drop it if it evaluated the packet. From the management station, I'm gonna ping Linux 1. And ping is working. Perfect. And I'm listing the firewall. And we see matched packets by the first rule. Now, if an echo request packet is coming from another IP address, the first rule will not match and the second one will drop the packet. Let's ping it from Linux 2. And we notice that Linux 2 is not receiving anything back. The second rule is dropping any echo request packets coming from another source IP address. There are 37 dropped packets by the second rule. Welcome back! In the last lecture, we've seen how to generate an SSH public and private key pair on Windows using PuTTY key generator. However, if you are not using Windows but Linux, it is of no help to you. You have to generate the keys on Linux. So, if you are using Windows as your desktop operating system, you can skip this lecture. In this lecture, I'll show you how to generate the SSH key pair used for public key authentication on Linux. Most modern Linux distributions come with SSH package that already contains, besides the SSH command, which is the SSH client, another command called SSH keygen that is used to generate the SSH key pair used for authentication. So, on this Linux machine called Linux One, I'm executing SSH keygen to generate the keys. SSH minus keygen, this is the command, and the options. -B 2048, -T RSA, an uppercase C, and a comment between double quotes. Let's say Linux user and the date, January 2020. Before hitting enter, let me explain to you the options. -B specifies the number of bits in the key to create. Generally, 2048 bits is considered sufficient. If you want better security, use a larger key. -T specifies the type of key to create, and we are using an RSA key pair. This is the most common option. And -C, take care that an uppercase C letter specifies a comment. Feel free to write anything that uniquely identifies this key. And I'm hitting the enter key. I'm hitting the enter key again and one more time. Perfect. As you probably have noticed, the generated files are id_rsa.pub for the public key. Okay, this is the public key. And id_rsa for the private key. And the files have been saved in a hidden directory called .ssh in user's home directory. Also notice that I didn't enter any passphrase, so the private key is not encrypted. But that's okay. Let's see the contents of .ssh directory. The user's home directory /.ssh. This is a hidden directory. Keep this in mind. Okay, these are the keys. The private key and the public key. That's all. Now that we have the keys, we'll move to the next step, which is to configure the SSH server or daemon for public key authentication. I'll show you how to configure it both on Cisco iOS and Linux in the next lectures of this course. Hello guys and welcome. In this section, I'll show you how to configure SSH public key authentication on Cisco iOS and Linux. PKA or public key authentication is an authentication method that uses a key pair for authentication instead of a password, which is the default method. This type of authentication is considered more secure because the default password method suffers from potential security vulnerabilities like brute force login attempts or keyloggers installed on the client. Another advantage of using public key authentication is that you are able to log into servers from within scripts or automation tools that run unattended. For example, you can set up periodic updates for your servers using rsync, or you can use a configuration management tool like Ansible, and you run these applications automatically from a cron job without any human intervention for entering the password. In PKA, there are two types of keys generated, a public key and a private key. In public key authentication, a user creates both a public and a private key and then transfers a copy of the public key to the SSH server to which the user wants to secure access. The private key is kept on the user's local machine and is used to verify the identity of the user when the user attempts to connect to the server. Anyone, user or device, that has the public key will be able to encrypt data that can only be decrypted by the user or the device that has the private key. This means that you can share the public key with anyone and they will have the ability to send you encrypted messages that will be decrypted only by using the private key. So in a nutshell, for SSH, the private key stays on the client and the public key stays on the server. The private key is used to encrypt messages that will be decrypted by the server using the public key. However, you need to protect the privacy of the private key. Anyone who has it can decrypt the encrypted messages. This can be accomplished by encrypting the private key with a passphrase, which is similarly to a password. Before the SSH client can read the private key in order to perform the public key authentication process, you'll be asked to supply the passphrase in order to decrypt the private key. On more secure systems, you can simplify this process either by creating an unencrypted key, so a key with no passphrase, or by entering your passphrase once and then caching the key in memory for later use. OpenSSH contains a tool called SSH Agent, which simplifies this process. I can honestly say that it's common to have an unencrypted private key, especially in cases where SSH is used to automate different things. In this section, we'll generate a public and a private key both on Windows and Linux. We'll then configure both Cisco iOS and Linux for SSH authentication. So, at the end of the section, you'll have the knowledge to authenticate using PKA from both Windows and Linux to both Cisco iOS and Linux. Okay, that was just a short introduction to PKA. Let's take a short break, and in the next lectures, I'll show you some hands-on examples of how to configure public key authentication. See you in a minute. Let's move ahead and start configuring SSH public key authentication. First, let's see what we need. We need an SSH client that supports RSA authentication, and all modern SSH clients are good for this. Then, we need a private and a public key pair for each user. We'll generate this pair in a minute, both on Windows and Linux. And if we want to authenticate to networking devices like Cisco, we need an iOS that supports this feature. In fact, we need an SSH server or daemon that supports public key authentication. This lecture is recommended if you are using Windows to authenticate to Cisco devices or to Linux servers. If you are using Linux as the SSH client, you can skip this part and move to generating SSH key pair on Linux. PuTTY is the most common choice as an SSH client on Windows. PuTTY itself does not generate the key pair, but there is another utility called PuTTY Key Generator that can do this. PuTTY Key Generator is open source and free software, so let's download it. I'll simply search on Google for download PuTTY Key Generator. And I'll open this website. The page contains download links for the latest released version of PuTTY and PuTTY Key Generator. And I'm searching for puttygen.exe. puttygen.exe. Okay. And I'm downloading puttygen for 60-bit operating systems. Okay, once downloaded, we'll open the application. This is PuTTY key generator. The type of key is RSA and its length will be of 2048 bits. This is the minimum recommended size for a key. If you need stronger security, you can choose a key with a length of 4096 bits or more. This is the main screen of the application and I'll click on Generate. To generate a random key, PuTTY key generator needs a lot of randomness and I have to continuously move the mouse over this area for it to be able to generate the key pair. And the keys are ready. The next step is to add a comment for the keys and save them somewhere on the disk. Don't forget to add a comment because maybe you'll generate more keys and don't want to mix them up. For example, Windows RSA key and the current date. At the beginning of this section, I've said that the private key can be further secured by encrypting it with a passphrase. This is the moment when you can encrypt the private key with a passphrase. You write the passphrase here. In this example, I won't add any passphrase because I want to keep things simple and don't want to enter the passphrase each time I authenticate to the server. And I'm saving the files. The public key, I'm saving it on my desktop and I'll give it a name. Let's say Windows _SSH.pub. And I'm saving the private key. Okay, let's say Windows private.ppk. Okay, that's all. I've generated the SSH key pair on Windows. Before we can use the keys to authenticate to Cisco iOS or to Linux, we have to configure them first. I'll show you how to configure the SSH daemon on both Cisco and Linux in the next lectures. See you in a minute. Let's go ahead and see how to configure a Cisco router if the keys were generated on Linux and we are using Linux as the SSH client. Back on Linux, let's take a look at the public key. Cat, home, student, this is the user's home directory, .ssh, the directory that contains the keys, and the public key. This is the private key, and this is the public key. The public key is printed on a single line, and that's fine, but Cisco iOS only supports a maximum of 254 characters on a single line, so you won't be able to paste this in one command. Fortunately, there is a useful Linux command called fold that you can use to break the public key in multiple parts. Let's see the man page of the command, man fold. So wrap each input line to fit in a specified width. So fold -b -w, let's say 72. How many characters do I want to have on each line? And the path to the public key. Home student, .ssh, and id _rsa.pub. Okay, it broke the key on multiple lines, each line with 72 characters. I'll remove the SSH -RSA part at the beginning and the comment at the end, and I'll copy the key into a file. Copy, and here paste. Okay, that's the public key. Now back to the router, I'll configure it to use this public key for authentication. So, IPSSH pub key chain. The username that will use the key is Linux user. Username Linux user. Key string. And I'll paste the key. Perfect. Exit, exit, and the last exit. And I'm saving the configuration. Let's verify the public key fingerprint. First, I want to be sure that the router has the correct key. Show running config, pipe, begin, pub key. Okay, this is the key fingerprint. And on Linux, I can see the fingerprint with the following command: ssh keygen -l -f and the path to the key. Okay, I've forgotten something important. The fingerprint displayed by the Cisco router, this from here, is of type MD5, and by default Linux uses a SHA-256 hash. So I must also add -e, an uppercase E, MD5. I want to see its fingerprint using the MD5 hash protocol. In fact, a key fingerprint is a hash. And the option must be inserted before -f. So -e MD5. Okay. That's the hash. It starts with 97 and ends in B6. And we notice it's the same hash. So on the router, there is the correct public key loaded. Optionally, but recommended for increased security, you can configure the router to disable SSH password authentication. And you have to run these two commands. I won't run them on the router because this iOS doesn't support them. But maybe your iOS will support them. So no IP SSH server authenticate user password and no IP SSH server authenticate user keyboard. Okay, that's all. This is how you configure SSH public key authentication on Cisco iOS from both Windows and Linux. It's time to show you how to configure Cisco iOS for public key authentication. I've created this simple topology with only one router and the cloud, which is in fact my Windows recording machine. There's also a layer 3 connectivity between the Windows, which will be the SSH client, and the router, which will be the SSH server. Let's test the layer 3 connectivity between Windows and the router. I am pinging the router. And it's working. Let's start with a basic SSH configuration. We'll enable SSH on the router. At this moment, SSH is not enabled on the router. We can see that port 22 is closed on the router and it's not possible to connect to the router using PuTTY and SSH. Let's see if port 22 is open. And I'm using the telnet command. Telnet, the IP address of the router, and the port 22. And we see that the connection failed, and that means that the port is closed. I'm opening a console connection to the router. The first step is to configure a host name. I am entering the global configuration mode and I am executing the command hostname and a name. Let's say R1. Anyway, the host name was already configured. But configuring a hostname is mandatory for enabling SSH. Good. The second step is to configure a domain name. IP domain name and any domain. Domain.com. Next, we'll enable the SSH daemon, which also means generating an RSA key pair on the router. Crypto key, generate RSA. Choose a key with a length of at least 2048 bits. If you go with the default, which is 512, it won't work. The client will not authenticate to this server with such a short key. So the key will have a length of 2048 bits. SSH enabled. And I enable SSH version 2. IP SSH version 2. Perfect. Now port 22 is open on the router. Let's check it again using the telnet command. And we notice that it has connected to the router. The next step is to configure the VTY lines to accept SSH and local authentication. Local authentication means that the users are defined locally on the device. It's not running a Radius or a TACAX server. So line VTY 0 and 4 transport input SSH. I can also allow telnet or not. If I add telnet, telnet will also be permitted on the device, and if I don't add telnet, I can connect only using SSH. Let's allow both SSH and telnet. And login local. Okay, that's all. I've enabled SSH on the router and the default authentication method is using the password. Let's try to connect to the router using SSH and PuTTY. I am opening PuTTY. The IP address of the router 10.1.1.10. The default port is 22, SSH and open. And it's working. There is already a user configured on the router, U1, and the password is Cisco. Perfect, it's working just fine. The next step is to enable public key authentication on the router, and that means to import the public key from our Windows or Linux operating system, depending on what we are using. If we are using Windows and we've generated the keys on Windows, we'll open the public key file in a text editor. Let's open the public key we've just generated in the last lecture. This is the public key. I've generated the key with PuTTY key generator, and I'm opening the file in Notepad++. This is the public key. And I will copy to the clipboard only the public key without the begin, comment, and end parts. So only the public key. This is the public key that I will copy to the clipboard. Copy. And I will paste it into the Cisco router. Back to the Cisco router, I'm writing. In global configuration mode, IP SSH pub key chain. This public key will be used by a specific user. In this example, let's say Windows user. So username, Windows user. Then key string and enter. Once I entered the key string command, I can keep adding lines until I type the exit command. In this case, I'll simply paste the contents of the clipboard, which is the public key, and paste. Perfect. I'm typing exit, exit again, and the last exit command. And I'm saving the configuration by executing do and write. Note that it's possible to add multiple public keys for a single user. This allows you to have multiple users access the router with the same username but with different key pairs. Okay, the configuration is done. Let's check if it works. I'll try to connect from Windows using PuTTY to the Cisco router and see if it authenticates the client using the keys. Let's verify first that the router has the correct public key. We can print out the key fingerprint or hash using the following command. So from enable mode, I run show running config, pipe, a vertical bar, begin, pub key. Okay, this is the key fingerprint. And I'll verify if it's the same in PuTTY key generator. I am opening PuTTY key generator and I am loading the private key. This is the private key and this is its corresponding public key. Let's check the fingerprint or the hash. This is the key fingerprint. It's ending in 6CFF. And on the router, 6CFF. It's the same. By the way, this is a hexadecimal string. On the router, we have the correct key. If the key fingerprint or hash matches, we can continue. I'm closing PuTTY key generator. So on Windows, I am opening PuTTY and looking for connection, SSH, and authentication. Here, I'm clicking on the Browse button and select the private key used for authentication. Private key file for authentication. Browse, desktop, and the private key. And open. Now, on the main screen, I can save the session so that I will not lose the settings. I'll write here the IP address of the router, 10.1.1.10. The default port is 22 SSH, and I'll give this session a name. Let's say R1 Cisco. And save. I've saved the session. And open. It's asking for the username, Windows user, and I'm hitting enter. Great! We have successfully authenticated to the router using the SSH key pair. We see the message authenticating with public key and the key comment. It didn't ask for a password anymore. Okay, that's all. In the second part of this lecture, I'll show you how to configure the Cisco router for SSH public key authentication if the SSH client is a Linux machine. See you in a second. Welcome back. Now it's time to see how to configure the SSH daemon on Linux for public key authentication. The first step is to copy the public key from the machine where it was generated, Windows or Linux, to the Linux machine where the SSH server is running in a special file. In this example, this will be the Linux server to which we will authenticate. I'll show you first for the case when the client is running Windows, and then for the case when the client is running Linux. So if you've generated the key pair on Windows using PuTTY key generator, just open the private key in PuTTY key generator. I am opening PuTTY key generator and I am loading the private key. And you see here the public key for pasting into OpenSSH authorized keys file. Now carefully, I am selecting the entire key and copy it to the clipboard. Copy. The next step is to move to the Linux server and paste the public key contents in a file called authorized_keys, which is in .ssh directory in user home directory. Notice that in order to do this, you need access to the Linux machine with the user that will authenticate using the key pair. I am listing .ssh directory from user's home directory. This is the user's home directory. .ssh. This is a hidden directory. It starts with a dot. There is no key inside. Also notice that authorized underline keys does not exist, so I will create the file. Using Vim, which is my preferred editor, I'll create the file. And I'm pasting the clipboard contents, which is the public key, into the file. And I'm saving the file. Okay, that's all. Let's test it. Let's check if the SSH daemon is running on the server. Systemctl status SSH, and it's running. We notice that the server is listening on port 22 on each IP address of the server. Back on Windows, I am opening PuTTY and looking for connection, SSH, and authentication. I'm clicking on the Browse button and select the private key. Now, on the main screen, I'm entering the IP address of the Linux server. Let's check it. Okay, this is the IP address of the Linux server. I'm giving this session a name and then save it so that I will not lose the settings. Let's say Linux 2. This is the host name. Save. And I'm clicking on Open. The username, student. And I'm in. It has successfully authenticated the user. We see the message authenticating with public key and the key comment. We've just configured SSH public key authentication for a Windows client and a Linux server. Let's go ahead and see how to configure the Linux server to accept SSH public key authentication if the key pair was generated on another Linux machine. So the SSH client runs on Linux. In fact, this is similar to the previous example, the only difference being that the keys were generated on Linux, not on Windows. Okay, this is the client, the machine on which I've generated the keys, and this is the server, the same server. The first step is the same as in the case of Windows, and that is to copy the public key from the machine on which it was generated to the Linux machine to which we want to connect. This is the machine where the keys were generated, and this is the public key. id_rsa.pub, the public key. I'll copy it on the other Linux machine using scp. Of course, I can also copy it to the clipboard and then paste it in authorized keys, but this time I prefer to copy the public key file to the Linux server machine. To use scp on the Linux destination, there should be an OpenSSH server running and accepting connections on port 22 or another one. We know that's true from the previous example. So I'm copying the file scp -p, an uppercase P, and the port. That's default 22, but I use this option because maybe your server is listening on another port. And now the path to the file I will copy. So the user's home directory, home student, okay, that's the same as tilde.ssh. id_rsa.pub. Now, the user that will authenticate to the SSH server, student, the IP address of the server, and the remote path where the file will be copied. Tilde. I'll copy the file in the student's home directory. Okay, it's asking for the password. SSH public key authentication is not yet configured, so I'm authenticating using the password. Okay, and the file has been copied. This is the file I've just copied. Now, on the Linux server, I'll add the public key at the end of the file called authorized keys. You can have more keys in authorized keys because there could be more users that authenticate to the server, and each user will have its own key pair. Take care not to overwrite the file, but append to its end. And I'm using the cat command. Cat, the public key file, double greater than symbol, and the path to authorized underline keys file. Double greater than symbol redirects the output of cat command to the file appending the redirected output at the end. Let's see the contents of authorized keys. And we see there two public keys. This is the public key that was generated on Windows, the first example, and this is the public key that was generated on Linux. The file I've just copied and appended to the end of this file. Okay, that's all. I've configured public key authentication on this Linux server. Let's check if it works. From the other Linux machine, which is the client, I'll try to connect to the Linux server I've just configured. And the Linux server should not ask for the password, but authenticate the user using public key authentication. SSH, the user, student, at the IP address of the server. Perfect. I'm in. I have successfully authenticated on the server. If there is any problem, you can add -v option to SSH command. So -v. V comes from verbose and it will print out a lot of messages for you to troubleshoot the problem. And you can look for any possible errors. Okay. Also note that it's important that the private key has the read permission set only for the owner. If the permissions are too loose, it could not work. So change mode 400 and the path to the private key. Okay, one last thing. It's recommended to disable password authentication on the SSH server. To do that, you become root, open the SSH daemon configuration file, which is in /etc sshd_config. Don't forget this D from daemon. There is also a file called ssh_config, so without D. And here, I'm searching for password authentication. Okay, by default it's yes, and I'll change it to no. No, I have disabled password authentication. I'm saving the file and restart the service. The new configuration will become active only after restarting the server. systemctl restart SSH. Perfect. Thank you. That's all. When it comes to sniffing traffic using a command line tool, TCP dump is the tool of choice for both its power and simplicity. It's compatible with Wireshark, and that means that you can save the captured packets to a file and later open that file in Wireshark on the same or another machine for a visual inspection. Let's see how it works. TCP dump is installed by default on any Linux distribution. The following commands will be executed as root. If you want to see what's hitting your interface, you execute TCP dump -i and the name of the interface. In this case, ETH0. Let's generate some traffic. These are the captured packets. I'm stopping the capture by pressing on Ctrl+C. If you want to see only the packets to or from an IP address, you add the host option. TCP dump -i and the interface, host, and an IP address. Let's say 8.8.8.8. And in another terminal, I'm gonna ping that IP address. It's capturing only the packets to or from that IP address. And if you only want to see traffic in one direction or the other, you can use SRC or DST, like this. DST, medium.com, -n option is used not to convert addresses to names. You can use an IP address or a domain name that will be translated to an IP address by your DNS server. And these are the packets to medium.com. To capture packets going to or from a particular network or subnet, use the net option. Net and the subnet address. And if you want to see packets of a specific application, use the port option. For example, I want to see only HTTPS packets. Port 443 -W and -N. To produce more verbose output and print additional fields, I have used -W. This is HTTPS traffic. If you want to see traffic going to or coming from a specific port, use SRC port or DST port options. For example, I'll sniff only DNS queries, and that means UDP packets going to port 53. DST port 53 -VV -N. You see, these are DNS queries. Adding -A option will have the output include ASCII strings from the capture. This allows easy reading and the ability to parse the output using grep or other commands. Let's try this filter. DST port 80 -A and -N. -N is optional. And I'll visit an HTTP site. For example, info.cern.ch. By the way, this is the home of the first website. See the capture. If you use -X instead -A, you'll see both ASCII and hexadecimal data. I'm reloading the page. This is the captured packet, its contents as a string, and here on the left side as hexadecimal data. Let's go ahead and see how to save the captured data to a file. It's often useful to save packet captures into a file for analysis in the future. These files are known as pcap files and can be opened in Wireshark or other packet analysis tools, including TCP-dump itself. To write to a file, use -w option, like this. In the next example, I want to save all HTTP packets to a file. So TCP-dump, -i the name of the interface, ETH0, port 80, cern.ch, -w and the name of the file, cern.ch.pcap. It will save the packets to this file. And I'm generating some traffic, some HTTP traffic. When you want to stop the capture, you simply press on Ctrl+C. 27 packets have been captured and saved to that file. To read the file at a later time with TCP-dump, use -r like this. I've read the file. Note that when reading the file, all options we have seen are still available. For example, -n, -w, and -x, an uppercase x. At the end of this lecture, I want to show you some more advanced features of TCP-dump, which are logical and/or operators. Let's suppose you want to capture only ICMP packets going to a specific IP address. For example, TCP-dump, -i ETH0, ICMP, the protocol, and host and the IP address. It will capture only ICMP packets to or from this IP address. Okay, a ping was running in the background. These are the packets, but if I ping another IP address, let's say stackoverflow.com, you notice that the packets are not captured. And the last example, I'll capture HTTP or HTTPS traffic. For that, I have to use the logical OR operator, like this. Port 80 or port 443. In this lecture, we'll talk about packet sniffing or analyzing, which are essentials when it comes to networking in general and information security in particular. When someone wants to send an email or another piece of information on the network, that information is segmented and encapsulated into individual packets that are sent over the network. Normally, an end user does not see individual packets, but the final application data, like the web page you are seeing right now. At the destination, the network packets are reassembled back into the complete web page or email. Packet sniffing or packet analyzing is the process of capturing any packets passed over the local network and looking for any information that may be useful. Most of the time, system administrators use packet sniffing to troubleshoot network problems or to detect intrusions or compromised workstations, like a workstation that is connected to a remote machine and is sending data continuously. However, black hat hackers could find creative ways to sniff packets using man-in-the-middle attacks like ARP spoofing, in order to steal sensitive data that is passed over the network. When traffic is captured, either the entire contents of the packets are recorded or just the headers. Note that most of the time packet sniffing is a passive technique. The hacker is not attacking any computer, he's just eavesdropping on the conversation the victim has with its default gateway. To sniff traffic, someone has to use a special application called Packet Analyzer or Packet Sniffer that can intercept and log traffic that passes over the network or part of it. There are many applications available, but one of the most favorite is a free open source and multi-platform application called Wireshark. It works in graphical mode. There are also command line tools for sniffing packets, T-Shark and TCP dump being among the most used ones. That was just a short introduction to packet sniffing, and in the next lectures we'll dive deeper into the applications that are used for packet sniffing and analyzing. In this lecture, I'll show you how to use Wireshark to sniff and analyze network packets. It captures packets in real time and displays them in human-readable format. Wireshark includes filters, protocol dissectors, color coding, and many other features that let you dig deep into network traffic and inspect individual packets. Note that Wireshark is not a hacking tool. It's used to monitor the interface of your own computer and capture and analyze the traffic that passes through that interface. In my opinion, it is the most useful networking tool for learning how networks work and for troubleshooting network problems. Of course, this is arguable. Let's get started. Wireshark is installed by default on many Linux distributions. If it's not installed on Ubuntu or other Debian-based distributions, you simply install Wireshark by executing apt install Wireshark. For Windows or Mac, you simply download and install the corresponding version. I'm opening Wireshark. To be able to sniff traffic, you should start it as root. To allow not root users to capture packets, you have to follow a special procedure described in this official help file. To start capturing packets on an interface, you double-click the name of that interface in the capture section of the main screen. For example, I want to capture packets on ETH0, and it's capturing packets. Let's visit a website. Okay, and you see here all the captured packets. And I'm stopping capturing packets. Another way to start capturing packets is to go to Capture, Options, select the interface, click any other options and start. Like this. In this window, you can enable promiscuous mode on all interfaces or only on a specific interface. When a wired or wireless network card is in promiscuous mode, it can read all the received traffic rather than just packets addressed to it. At the moment, Wireshark is capturing all the packets received on the interface. Let's generate some more traffic. When you want to stop capturing traffic, click the red Stop button near the top left corner of the window. You can see captured packets highlighted in a variety of different colors. Wireshark uses colors to help you identify the types of traffic at a glance. By default, light purple is TCP traffic, light blue is UDP traffic, and black identifies packets with errors. To view exactly what the color codes mean, click View and Coloring Rules. You can customize and modify the coloring rules from here if you like. Let's have a look at Wireshark's main window. We notice it consists of three main parts. The packet list pane displays a summary of each packet captured. By clicking on a packet in this pane, you control what is displayed in the other two panes. The packet details pane displays the packet selected in the packet list pane in more detail. And the packet bytes pane displays the data from the packet selected in the packet list pane and highlights the field selected in the packet details pane. Each line in the packet list corresponds to one captured packet, and if you select a line in this pane, more details will be displayed in the packet details and packet bytes pane. Now, if you double-click a line, a new window pops up with details about that particular packet. In this example, we are seeing information about the Ethernet headers, like the source and destination MAC addresses, the IP header, these are the source and the destination IP addresses, and finally information about the TCP header and application data. This one, HTTP over TLS. By the way, this is an encrypted packet. Probably you have noticed that there's a lot of information. But if you want, you can save the capture for later inspection. To save the capture to a file, you press on Ctrl+S, like this, or go to File, and then Save or Save As. Wireshark can save the packet data in more than one format. You should choose the correct format depending on how you want to open the file later. Other network analyzers use their own format. The most important formats are pcap-ng, this one, which is the native file format for the latest version of Wireshark, and pcap format used by older versions of Wireshark, but also by other well-known and widely used tools like TCP dump. Not all information will be saved in a capture file. For example, most file formats do not record the number of dropped packets. And I'm saving the capture as a pcap file. Done. And I'm closing Wireshark. At a later time, you can open the file with Wireshark or with other tools like TCP dump, which is a command line tool. This is the file, the pcap file I've just saved, and I can open it with TCP dump like this. Okay, that's all about the basics of Wireshark. Take your time to understand how it works because Wireshark is really important for any network engineer. In the next lecture, we'll dive deeper into other advanced features of Wireshark, which are filters. In the last lecture, we've seen how useful is Wireshark for troubleshooting network problems or isolating security incidents. Unfortunately, the amount of information you will get when capturing packets can be overwhelming. Capturing so many packets means that you will end up seeing a huge amount of packets. Thankfully, Wireshark allows us to quickly filter all that data so you only see the parts you are interested in, like a certain IP source or destination address, TCP port, and so on. The filtering capabilities of Wireshark are very comprehensive. You can filter on just about any field of any protocol. Let's start Wireshark and then capture on the ETH0 interface. On this interface. As root, I'm starting Wireshark. Now Wireshark is capturing data. And I'm generating some traffic. I'm refreshing a web page to generate some HTTPS or HTTP traffic. I'm using the dig command to generate DNS traffic. And I'll ping a random IP address, let's say the DNS server of Google. Perfect. The most basic way to apply a filter is by typing the name of the protocol you want to see in the filter box at the top of the window and clicking apply or pressing enter. When you start typing, Wireshark will help you autocomplete your filter. For example, I'm typing DNS and I'm seeing only DNS traffic or ICMP, and it's displaying only ICMP packets. The ping is still running. We can see the packets in real time. That's a very basic filter. You can also click Analyze and Display Filters to choose a filter from among the default filters included in Wireshark. I'm removing the filter and I'm stopping the capture. Another interesting thing you can do is right-click a packet and select Follow TCP Stream. You'll see the full TCP conversation between the client and the server. This gibberish is encrypted data. Notice that the filter has been applied automatically. Wireshark is showing you the packets that make up the conversation, that HTTPS conversation. Let's continue with some of my preferred filters. For example, IP.ADDR equals and an IP address. This sets a filter for any packet that has that IP address as the source or the destination IP address. This is very useful if you want to analyze specific traffic. You can also use not equals operator, which is an exclamation mark and the equal sign to negate the filter, like this. We are seeing all packets that do not have that IP address as source or destination address. Or you can use IP.dst to filter only by destination or IP.src to filter by source, like this. Equals, let's say 104, 16, 121, and 145. We are seeing only the packets sent to that destination. And you can use TCP.port and UDP.port to filter by ports. For example, I want to see only packets to or from port 443, which is HTTPS. And you can add the logical AND operator, which is ampersand, to add another condition, like say I want to see packets to port 443 if the destination IP address is a specific one, like this. Ampersand IP.dst equals, and let's take this IP address, the one that starts with 18. That's the filter. Or I could see only TCP packets that initialize a new connection and have the SYN flag set. tcp.flags.syn equals 1. These are all packets that have the syn flag set. Or, if you do not want to see packets of some protocols and want to negate them, you use an exclamation mark and a pair of parentheses to group the protocols. For example, ARP, or ICMP, or DNS. It won't display packets of these protocols. And the last filter I'm gonna show you is frame contains and the word, like frame contains, medium. It's displaying all packets that contains the word medium. You see, there is the word medium in each packet. This is excellent when searching for a specific string, username, or password. Wireshark is an extremely powerful tool, and these lectures have just scratched the surface of what it can do. Network engineers use it to troubleshoot networks, examine security problems, or deeply understand how network protocols work. You can find more detailed information on the official website.